And we're live.
Good afternoon and welcome to the House Judiciary Committee. It's the 2nd of March, 2022. We have a wide range of different bills on our docket today, and we're beginning with one forwarded by the Speaker of the House, who is joining us today, House Bill 1021. She's going to be joined by the County Executive for Baltimore County, John Olszewski, Daniel Webster from Johns Hopkins, and Sam Levy from Everytown, who will be the first panel. It is a new bill. It's the Speaker of the House, so I'm not going to limit her to 3 minutes because, okay, this is the one exception. All right, but we're going to ask the witnesses just try to stick to 2 minutes, please, so that we can keep moving. So with that, Madam Speaker, if you would, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, which I don't see him, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. For the record, I'm Speaker Adrian Jones, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 1021, which would require licensed firearm dealers to implement security requirements to prevent firearm theft. Each year, thousands of firearms are stolen from firearm dealers across the nation. Over the past 5 years, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives reported that Maryland dealers alone recorded over 500 stolen firearms. These firearms go on the black market and are used to commit crimes threatening the safety of all Marylanders. House Bill 1021 seeks to keep these firearms out of the hands of criminals by requiring dealers to equip their place of operation with common sense security features and lock away their firearms in a secure location when they're closed. These measures include installing video recording and burglar systems, bars on doors and windows, and barriers to stop vehicles from ramming stores. Over 2 years ago, Baltimore County responded to a series of firearm dealers' burglaries by implementing similar measures at the county level. These measures have proven to be a success, and as the Randallstown chapter of the NAACP pointed out earlier this year, it is time that Maryland establish these safety measures as a baseline for firearm dealers across the state. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report.
My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that Matt Jackson from your office is here with us and will be able to answer questions if people have them. But we'll now go to other people ready to testify. And the first other person will be the County Executive for Baltimore County, John Olszewski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1021. As the Chairman mentioned, Johnny Olszewski, Baltimore County Executive. I want to applaud Speaker Jones for the introduction of this legislation and urge passage of the bill by this committee. Protecting public safety is one of our most fundamental responsibilities. We have an obligation to keep our community safe, and one step we can take to do that is to enact common sense policies to keep guns out of the hands of violent criminals. That's why back in 2019, we introduced and passed the SAFE Act in Baltimore County. That's legislation that shares the same goals of House Bill 1021. What the SAFE Act does and what this legislation would do is create minimum security standards for firearm retailers to deter would-be burglars and prevent stolen guns from hitting our streets. The SAFE Act created a new license requiring police department approved plan in Baltimore County that guarantees that baseline of security achieved through a combination of physical security, video surveillance, and alarm systems. Again, a similar baseline to what is being provided with the passage of House Bill 1021. We introduced our local legislation after a series of robberies at gun retailers in the region. In just one of those instances, 51 guns were stolen. That's 51 more guns in the hands of criminals. We realized that there were no standards for security required at firearm retailers. In fact, state law actually required more stringent measures for medical cannabis dispensaries than for gun stores. We know that for a fact, stolen weapons are often sold or traded to criminals, providing many who would otherwise be prohibited or barred from owning firearms to have better access to weapons they can use in the commission of crimes. We know we can do more to stop these crimes, and we have an obligation to do so. I'm proud to have passed that similar legislation with overwhelming bipartisan support in Baltimore County, and I encourage our legislators to do the same here and support the bill put forward by the Speaker. Public safety need not be a partisan issue. This is legislation that Democrats and Republicans can and should rally around. I'm proud to report our local law is having its intended effect. We've seen marked improvements in security at firearm retailers in the jurisdiction of 850,000 people. So again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Moon, and Speaker. Thank you for bringing this forward. This is a common sense step to prevent gun violence, keep firearms out of the hands of those who shouldn't have it, and make our entire state safer for all. With that, I ask for a favorable report of House Bill 1021.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Daniel Webster now, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to testify. I'm a professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and direct our Center for Gun Violence Prevention and Research. I've been conducting research for about 30 years on a range of issues, including one area of specialty, which is the diversion of firearms for illegal use. One of my studies has found that states that have strong regulation and oversight of gun dealers, and these include the type of security measures for gun dealers covered in this particular bill, we found that those measures, along, of course, with appropriate enforcement, were associated with significantly lower rates of firearms being diverted for criminal use. I had a separate study in which I looked at data from 10 firearm dealers who were sued by New York City for their negligent practices. Part of the agreement in that settlement was a range of measures that these dealers had to take, including installing security cameras. In that study, we found a 82% reduction in the probability in which the guns sold by these dealers were subsequently recovered in crime by the New York Police Department. Based on a significant threat posed by the growing thefts from firearm dealers and evidence that better practices by licensed dealers can significantly reduce availability of firearms to criminals, I believe the measures that would be put in place by this HB 1020 would protect Marylanders against gun violence.
Thank you very much. Sam Levy, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Speaker Jones, for introducing this important legislation. My name is Samuel Levy. I'm Senior Counsel at Everytown for Gun Safety, America's largest gun violence prevention organization. I'm here to urge a favorable report on House Bill 1021. As you've heard, there is simply more that gun dealers can do to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. The federal laws that regulate gun dealers are antiquated, they are inadequate, and they are woefully under-enforced. Maryland is one of only 15 states that currently even requires a state license to be in the business of selling firearms. And this bill is a common sense expansion on the state's laws to ensure that these dealers are doing all they can to prevent thefts of firearms that, as you've heard, correlate directly to intrastate gun trafficking and the use of and the flow of those guns into the illegal market. These are common sense measures. They include physical security, as you heard, to prevent some of the high profile cases that you're all well aware of that have occurred recently in the state. You sort of smash and grab, people literally driving into gun shops to grab unsecured firearms. They're common sense, they are not particularly onerous, and they will help to ensure that these guns don't end up in the hands of people who shouldn't have them. I'd also note that beyond the physical security, the provisions of this bill can also be a useful tool to prevent straw purchasing and other types of gun trafficking, because the videotaping requirements will provide a really valuable tool to law enforcement in the event that guns that are sold and not stolen are later trafficked and used to commit crimes in Maryland or elsewhere. It's a common sense piece of legislation. We think it's going to help keep Maryland communities safe, keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them, and reduce crime in the state. And we do urge a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions for the panel? and for Mr. Jackson. Delegate Howell first, then Delegate McComas.
I do have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome Speaker Jones to our meeting. I have a question concerning a secure room. Now, when you go to a gun store, they have their guns on display and they're probably in a locked case. So when it's time to close their store and they lock their front door, is that considered a secure room, or does it have to be somewhere else? Do they have to be moved to another room within that room?
Mr. Jackson.
Look at how I believe under the bill, they would have to actually move them to a vault, a safe, or what is considered a secure room under the bill. The Secretary of State Police, under the subtitle that the bill is drafted under, would promulgate regulations that really decide on kind of what that kind of narrow down what a secure room is, but it wouldn't just be in a display case in a locked room, kind of like that. So they would actually have to remove them from the display cases under the bill, but the Secretary of State Police would narrow down what that means through regulation.
Okay. Because I wasn't considering that a secure location if they just lock their front door. That's why I asked that question.
Under the bill, that would not be just, no, that would not be just a locked front door, would not be enough.
Thank you.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions because I guess, one, it says it has a high fiscal note for small business. It doesn't have an impact for the state or local government, but it's a high impact for the businesses. So my question is, do we know how prevalent the robberies are in the state of Maryland? Because I think you mentioned the one robbery, which was in Baltimore County, but how often do we have the robberies, and how many guns have been stolen in the state of Maryland within the last year or so? Do we have any statistics on that?
Sure. So Doug McComas, I can kind of jump in there. There were, for firearms being stolen, there were 13 incidences in 2021 involving, I believe it's about 100, a little over 100 firearms. If you look back over the past 5 years, we're talking 53 incidents and, 26 incidents and about 514 firearms.
So my question is it one locale, or is it all across the state? Is it just Baltimore County that precipitated?
No, it's not. These are statewide numbers.
Okay. Now the other question, do we know how much it's going to cost to provide barriers outside the businesses to prevent this smash and grab that's been going on for the ATM machines?
I don't have any figures on that for how much it costs to put up RAM barriers. We can certainly look back into that and get back to the committee, but I don't have that information in front of me. I don't know if any of the other panelists can answer that question.
But are there the things that are proposed in the bill, such as the cameras and the vaults and the security system constantly being on, aren't those already kind of standard practice by the gun shops?
It's my understanding that no, it's not necessarily standard practice, but maybe.
I mean, if I may, Delegate, I think, yeah, there's no requirement that those things be in place. I think many dealers may use them in any event, right, to secure their inventory. So burglar alarms, to make sure they, for obvious reasons, and again, to secure their inventory, but there's no mandate. So the idea is to make sure that the state establishes a floor of reasonable conduct to make sure that these types of thefts are prevented.
County Executive was going to answer as well. County Executive.
Yeah, and delegate McComas, so just to add to that, I'll say that it is a best practice, and we found in our experience that most of our responsible gun store owners were in fact doing that. And in fact, we're doing all of these practices, but the places that weren't following these best practices were the places where the incidents were occurring in Baltimore County and beyond. I'll make sure our legislative team follows up with the committee, Mr. Chairman, to get information on, for those who didn't have these in place, what the associated costs were. In many cases, it wasn't significant expense, but we think a common sense step to secure those firearms.
Well, have you thought about possibly providing, I mean, because some of the gun stores may be very small businesses and don't have the clientele and the people purchasing the product. Okay. And they're just kind of a small mom and pops. Have you thought about providing some kind of state financial program, financial relief for these folks, that they could get low interest loans, or maybe some help with putting in these security requirements? Because
No, that was not contemplated in the bill as drafted, and I'm not sure how other states have handled it. I know that 8 other states in the District of Columbia have implemented similar security measures, baseline measures, but I don't know how the grant programs have rolled out in those other jurisdictions.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there further questions for this panel? All right. Seeing none, we thank the speaker. We thank everyone else for being with us here this afternoon. And we will now move to a panel of opponents to the legislation. And we're going to hear from Rebecca Hafer, Katie Novotny, Tim Hafer, Holly Marceau, and we'll stop right there. So we'll hear from those 4 for 2 minutes each. I see Tim Hafer. Connecting to audio. All right, I see Katie Novotny. Katie Novotny, please, if you'd like to testify for 2 minutes, please.
All right, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Novotny. I'm coming to you from District 35B. So there's a lot of major problems with this bill. To begin with, it's hopelessly vague. There is no definition of licensed dealer, and under this bill, I would take it that any FFL, federal firearms licensee, would fall under these requirements. I'm a FFL 03, which is a collector of curios and relics. In my understanding, this bill would apply to me as well, and I would have to install these barriers around my house. Cameras, where would I need these cameras? Would they have to be only where I have these firearms that fall under my license stored, or would I need them everywhere in the entire house? That may sound ridiculous, but as this bill is written, that's how this reads. One of the proponents has, there's no requirements, of what standard of, barriers are required. It says, well, that's going to be left up to the Maryland State Police. Well, in my opinion, that's the job of this committee, is to determine what these requirements are. That shouldn't be left up to the state police. And, it doesn't call out, if you reference my written testimony, you'll see there's a lot of variations in, how effective, bollards and things like that are. So, this is, we understand that we need to stop these thefts, but, thieves aren't stupid. And desperate people that steal vehicles to ram into buildings, as they've done, we've seen this at some firearm dealerships. We're also seeing this running rampant with ATMs. And, if you require bars and some other things, all they're going to do is start using chains and rip these down. It's most dealers, actual FFL 01s who are actual dealers, who I presume is who you are targeting, follow many of these things already. Having these, vague and onerous restrictions, is just completely unnecessary. And for all these reasons, I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Tim Hafer, please. Tim Hafer for 2 minutes. Mr. Hafer?
Can you hear me, sir?
Can now for 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Thank you. My name is Tim Hafer. I'm a registered voter in the state of Maryland. I'm asking you to vote against this bill. This bill is a blatant and arrogant bill. Its only purpose is to put a small family-owned business out of business. I'm the president of Hafer's Gunsmithing. We have already taken most of the measures to ensure a criminal won't break into my store. Our building was built as a vault, only to hope someone won't prey on what I've worked hard for to support my family. You're trying to implement costly products only to have hopes and dreams. A criminal won't try to steal something that doesn't belong to them. Cameras will not identify a criminal in a mask. Locks only keep honest people honest. We've seen many videos where you can easily break into vaults. Nothing anyone can implement will stop a criminal. Criminals work harder to steal what doesn't belong to them, as I do to support my family. Yet I'm the one being punished, like many small businesses in the state of Maryland. The justice systems let those that are found guilty only everyday walk with a slap on the wrist. No true punishment is given for their accountability. How about the individual accountability? When will that start? Instead, the productive and the law-abiding citizens are being made to pay for their own criminal acts. As a prior law enforcement officer and businessman in the state of Maryland, I've seen this practice go on far too long. As a business owner, I've already spent several thousands of dollars only to hope a criminal won't try and steal something that doesn't belong to them. Thank you for your time, and please vote against HB 1021. Thank you.
Right. We thought we had. Thought I saw Rebecca Hafer, but I'm not sure that I do. Holly Marceau. Holly Marceau. All right. She needs to unmute. Ms. Marceau, if you would please unmute. Ms. Marceau?
Can you hear me?
There we go. Go ahead. You can testify for 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I live in Washington County. I'm a registered Maryland voter. I'm a mom of 7, and I'm a very strong advocate for the right for us as Marylanders to be able to safely handle our firearms and the right for self-protection. And with this bill, I strongly oppose it because with the financial impact to the FFLs, it's also going to impact me as a consumer. I'm not going to be able to purchase firearms because a lot of these FFLs will probably go out of business with the cost that it's going to be for them to implement these requirements. And as well, the FFL community helps to educate
Ms. Marceau.
oh, shit.
Oh dear.
Hello.
You're there. And we'll ask you to.
I apologize for that.
That's okay.
My
Happens
phone
to
cut
the
out.
best of us. All right. Well, how
I'm so
about?
sorry.
That's all right. You can.
And
be
again,
assured on this committee, we've heard worse. So I'll go back and give you a little bit of time here. All right. So go ahead.
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. And again, as a woman, I also help to educate by working with an FFL and running a shooting organization that helps women to not be victims. And right now, women are the fastest growing demographic in the firearms industry. And by helping to train in the use of safe firearms handling so that they do have the right to protect themselves. And again, I state with this bill, you will be taking the rights away from these women if you pass this bill, because the law-abiding citizens will no longer be able to purchase firearms, and all of the costs that the FFLs are going to have to be burdened with meeting all of these very vague requirements is going to be then again passed on to us as consumers.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to take questions for this first panel and then move on. Go to Delegate Shoemaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for either Mr. Hafer or Ms. Novotny, or or both. Do you all have any idea what it would cost you to implement the? I guess I'd characterize them as onerous. That's my characterization, though. The onerous requirements of this particular piece of legislation.
If I may.
Which
Tim Hafer, if I may, we've already put ballards in front of our spot location. We have multiple. It cost us close to the tune of $60,000.
Wow.
My camera system that I currently have in this location has cost us close to $50,000. That doesn't include the upkeep, the repairs, the maintenance, and cameras eventually get old, so they need replaced. That was just the initial contact that I can tell you.
Wow. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Delegate Cham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hafer, it's good to hear your voice. I can't see your face. It's
Yes,
Delegate
ma'am, I'm
Cham.
sorry. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I just had a question regarding, have you, has your gun shop, I know you have two now, have you had any experiences of anyone trying to rob or break in or drive through?
I've had the unfortunate of someone tried to break in at the time they wore masks. The ATF has came here, the Maryland State Police, the local law enforcement agency. Nothing has been completed or concurred as they can't identify anybody with a mask on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there further questions for this panel? All right, thank you all very much. We'll go to the next panel. And we'll hear from Frank Boston, Mark Pennack, John Jocelyn, Trevor Santos, and John Pica. Looking. All right, I see Frank Boston, so we'll hear from Frank Boston for 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Frank Boston III. I'm here on the Maryland Licensed Firearm Dealers, the gun shops, and I'm tucked away in the Senate building across the street, so hopefully my Wi-Fi lasts. So we oppose this bill as drafted. We understand that the perceived need for the bill, and please know we are on the same page. We don't want our guns stolen either. Think about it, the paperwork, the reports, the property damage as a result of a break-in, the insurance deductible and premium increases, and not to mention the loss of the value of the property stolen. But we oppose this bill because it just goes a little too far. It hurts us. You know, Delegate McComb has mentioned the fiscal note. The effect on small business is meaningful.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, exactly.
Delegate Shoemaker. Thank you. Mr. Boston, go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. For example, the barriers for motor vehicles that the bill mentions Some of our landlords just say no, they're not going to do it. So now we have to break our lease and be forced to move. Think about that. I realize Baltimore County and Anne Arundel County had passed laws in this regard, and we know it's the speaker's bill, so it will probably pass. We get that. We just ask that we get invited to the table so that we can be a part of framing the legislation that is fair and equitable to our gun shops, our dealers, and the Maryland licensed firearms dealers in Maryland. Finally, I know I only had 2 minutes. The criminal provision of 3 years and $10,000 is really unnecessary. There's already a civil penalty in there for non-compliance. Again, I'll just repeat, we're on the same page. The last thing we want to do is have our shops broken into. So we already take extreme measures to make sure we're as secure as possible. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Mark Pennock, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Pennock, President of Maryland Shall Issue. A couple of points I wanted to stress. The vagueness point's already been mentioned because right now the bill is written as defined in federal law. A licensed dealer includes every single type of federal firearms licensee, including curio and relics. That's absurd. Number two, the bill's requirement to actually move the firearms, and that's all firearms, including long guns, into a safe, a vault, or a secure room is absurdly burdensome to dealers. There are dealers with thousands of firearms in their inventory. They will have to devote many man hours every night to put them away and every morning to bring them out. That creates an enormous burden on these firearms dealers who already may be in a room in which those firearms are pretty secure. So just their building alone has been Mr. Hafer's building. So a third point on this is that the Maryland State Police are not granted regulatory authority to grant rules or issue rules with respect to this. And I contrast this bill with Maryland Public Safety Article Section 5-117. That's the HQL statute, which actually grants expressly in subpart N regulatory authority to Maryland State Police. I'm not sure that the Maryland State Police have the authority to issue binding regulations with respect to this bill. Nothing in the bill provides for that. And that is a major obstacle to providing clarity. So I don't think that this bill will actually accomplish what it hopes to accomplish. You're going to drive an awful lot of businesses right out of business. You're going to impose enormous costs on them. And you're going to make it much harder for people to be able to exercise their constitutional right to acquire firearms. I oppose this bill. I urge an unfavorable report.
John Jocelyn for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Jocelyn speaking for 2A Maryland. This bill is in some ways an admission that the existing laws don't work. Instead of placing the burden upon the criminals, we've placed it upon the dealers, that they have to take additional steps to try and keep the criminals honest. By doing this, we have shifted the burden to the dealer away from the criminal. We have not done anything to increase the penalty for what the criminal does. Basically, we're putting the burden on the dealer and holding them responsible. There is a side effect that you have not considered. Criminals are very resilient. The criminals we see today are brutal. They behave as savages in the type of crimes they commit. And I would remind you that in 1991, there was a robbery on Bel Air Road at Northeast Guns in which the criminals entered the shop and began shooting immediately. They killed the owner. Then they severely wounded a customer in the shop. By hardening these facilities as you wish to do, basically what you're doing is you are making it more attractive to simply go in during the daylight hours. And this creates a very, very severe risk, not only to the shop owners, but to the customers and anyone standing around the shop at the time. I would urge you to reconsider this. This is a well-intentioned but misguided bill, and it will impact the dealers in Maryland. And according to ATF, there are at least 700 dealers in Maryland. So it's no small situation that the dealers will deal with, many of whom are small people working right out of their homes with machine shops. The bill is overly broad. I don't believe that we should be doing this. There are other ways that are better, and we should consider increasing penalties for stealing crimes as well as for robbing a gun shop. We haven't explored that yet. I urge you to do so and report unfavorably on this bill.
Thank you. We'll go now to Trevor Santos, then John Pica, and then we'll take questions. Trevor Santos, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Trevor Santos, here today on behalf of the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is the trade association for the firearms and ammunition industry. We represent manufacturers, retailers, distributors, shooting ranges, and outdoor media. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 1021. I've submitted more in-depth written testimony. When it comes down to it, firearms dealers are already some of the most heavily regulated business in Maryland, having to follow laws and regulations set by the General Assembly, Maryland State Police, as well as the ATF. This bill reaches far beyond what you might think of as a licensed dealer. It'll affect retailers, big box sporting goods stores, manufacturers, importers, as well as gunsmiths. Each of these businesses, whether a local retailer, a gunsmith who works from home, or a well-known manufacturer, is different from the next business. The one-size-fits-all approach taken by House Bill 1021 cannot work for every business that would be impacted by this bill. The effect of the bill will likely cause many small businesses to close their doors, costing the state jobs and tax revenue. The storage requirements, as well as some of the other provisions of the bill, do not consider all of the options available to firearms retailers for how they can secure their premises and store their firearms during non-business hours. As proposed, House Bill 1021 is simply unworkable. Firearms dealers take important steps to ensure their firearms, which are an investment for them, are protected from theft, unauthorized access, and their business is secure. Rather than punishing small businesses engaged in an already heavily regulated industry, the legislation should focus on those who are engaging in criminal activities. NSSF would be happy to work with the Maryland General Assembly on such legislation that holds criminals accountable for their actions when stealing and misusing firearms. It's for these reasons the National Shooting Sports Foundation opposes House Bill 1021, and we would respectfully request an unfavorable report.
John Pica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Pica on behalf of National Shooting Sports Foundation. I think some of the statistics they may have been a little exaggerated by the proponents of this bill. For over a quarter, 250,000 criminal background checks last year. Only 90 guns were reported stolen. These gun dealers are tightly regulated. Every one of those purchases were made in compliance with state and federal laws. Contrary to what was said, individuals are regularly ramming stores. The last ramming I'm aware of happened in Montgomery County in 2018. There was one in Baltimore County around the same time. The term smash and grab was used. That's a term of art for stealing ATM machines, not for burglarizing gun dealers. This bill doesn't work because these gun stores come in different shapes and sizes. So what may work for some gun stores is not going to work for others. This bill will effectively close many legitimate, law-abiding individuals who own these gun stores. It's either going to be too costly for them, or their leases won't allow it where there are, or the shape of their building, storefront, and windows won't be able to comply with these laws. So this bill goes too far, consistent with what Mr. Boston said. We're happy to work with you. But this bill as it stands is unfair to law-abiding citizens who own these gun stores. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take questions for this panel, and I'm going to start. Mr. Pennock, you indicated that it was vague, that there was no clear agency to handle the regulations for this legislation. As I read it, it's set to the public safety article, which would seem to connect it to the state police. Would you tell me how you read section 5105 of the public safety article?
Give me a moment to bring that up. Mr. Chairman, I have that available to me. And I understand there's broad regulatory authority to issue regulations under Section 5, and I have it in front of me. And
I can read it. The secretary shall adopt regulations to carry out the subtitle. This would be within the subtitle. So I don't know that it's that part is necessarily vague, but I will say when several people made note of the question as to who would draft regulations, it seems that they missed that section of the code. So I'm not sure that that is as big of an issue, but I'll go to another question. The question with regard to licenses, and you made a point of talking about curio licenses. Can you tell the committee a little bit more about? I mean, there's the section with regard to being a regulated dealer, and I think it's 5107, right? Tell me, or 5106, 5107, and the next couple. Tell me how it would impact a curio dealer. And I'm just coming at that question broadly.
Sure, because the text of this bill applies all of its requirements to any, quote, licensed dealer. The term licensed dealer is not defined in the bill, and it's not otherwise defined in Maryland law. It is defined in federal law. Now, and this is all written in my written testimony on page 2. And you will see there that Maryland licenses licensee and it licenses dealer, but the term licensed dealer is the only term that is defined is in federal law. And that includes every category of FFL, including 07 manufacturers, large and small, 03 curio dealers and curio and relics, 01 retail dealers, 06 manufacturers of ammunition, 010s, which are manufacturers of explosive devices. Every one of those dealers is arguably covered, and you don't know ahead of time because the term is not defined. You'll see it.
I have to take issue with that, though. I mean, there's a clear definition of dealer in 5101D. There's a clear definition of dealer's license in 5101E. This is an excruciating reading of licensed dealer, that because those words are not in that order, I think it's pretty clear that we're requiring dealers to have a license, and we define what a dealer is. Well, so tell me how, then let me ask another question. Under 5101D, the dealer under Maryland law means a person who is engaged in the business of selling, renting, or transferring firearms at wholesale or retail, or repairing firearms. If it were limited to dealer, would that address some of your concerns?
So actually not, because that would include, for example, gunsmiths and wholesalers who don't have retail outlets. So the whole idea of this bill is to address burglary of retail outlets by smash and grab. I mean, that's the whole point of the security requirements. So that wouldn't do it. It would still be way overbroad. And it could be easily fixed. I mean, the intent of this bill is to reach 01 dealers who have retail outlets. And it's simply easy to define that, and the bill doesn't. So I don't understand why the reticence in doing that.
Well, I guess my question, again, let me go to for a moment, just to the question about a wholesale dealer. I mean, I think that the bill, at least as I read it, would want to extend to wholesale dealers, because the whole point is making sure that there are security precautions in place so that we are deterring people from stealing, in fact, large numbers of guns, which is what they would be more likely to steal from a wholesale outlet moving in large numbers of guns, as opposed to a retail outlet. I would further posit that, the argument that what we need to do is go after the people who steal the guns, I don't disagree. I think that we have many laws already on the books in the public safety article that do just that. The question here is, if the place doesn't have a camera so that we can figure out who actually did the stealing, that's kind of difficult then to figure out, how we're going to prosecute that person, isn't it?
Well, most of these thieves that do the assault on gun stores have enough sense to know that there's cameras out there. And you've heard testimony today that their faces are typically covered. And I don't know how often the Maryland State Police are able to solve these crimes, but it doesn't appear that the cameras help very much. So you're imposing a requirement for cameras, which most dealers already have, which doesn't help very much. But the real burden here and I stress this again, this requirement not found in, by the way, the Baltimore local ordinance, Baltimore County local ordinance referred to earlier, to actually store every single firearm of all kinds, both regulated and non-regulated, both handguns and long guns, into a secure room, which is also not defined, or a vault or a safe. You're talking about big bucks just on an everyday basis to simply accomplish that end. That's a requirement not imposed by Baltimore County regulations, and they also involve much more flexible arrangements for these individuals. I encourage you to actually read the SAFE Act in Baltimore County. It's much less lenient and less strict with the storage requirements than this bill would be. And so this bill goes too far.
I'd be happy to do that. I would just also say, not to make light of it, I don't think that we're talking about the regulation of comic books that we're selling. We're regulating the firearms, and regulated or not, at these stores. But with that, I've said my piece, and I'm going to hand it over to other people to ask questions. Delegate Cox, then Shoemaker, then Lopez. Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pennock, I heard you touch on something that was related to my question, but I noticed that the definition for a secure room doesn't appear prevalent. That concerns me because of some of the points that were raised. If it's not defined, does that leave that to discretion in terms of what does secure mean for the regulator? And then would that potentially expose someone to the criminal liability if they didn't, have a secure room?
Oh, absolutely. And it's a due process question because this is enforced with criminal sanctions for the second offense, and severe criminal sanctions at that. And I think those are way out of line as well. So secure room is not defined term at all. And there's an obligation that the General Assembly has to clearly define the areas or guidelines that the law enforcement has to enforce this. And I don't know what secure room means. It's not a term used otherwise in Maryland law, certainly not in the definition sections of 5-101. So I don't see how any dealer could rightfully know what is secure room. And if he is burglarized, then how would he could well end up facing criminal prosecution. And the failure to put away one firearm, just one, and the dealer may have thousands, in a secure room, undefined, could also result in criminal prosecution. So the rule is you don't read a statute, and the Supreme Court's made this point several times, with the idea that there will be a reasonable enforcement or that there will be otherwise you can trust the enforcer. You read the statute for providing clear guidelines to the enforcer. That's required under the due process clause, not only of the federal Constitution, but also this Article 24 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights. It shouldn't be that hard.
And that was actually a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair, concerning the camera. I heard the chair question about, if we don't have a camera that's working, then, how can we prosecute? And so my concern would be that if a camera somehow fails, would that, under the way it's written now, potentially expose a dealer to liability under this statute?
Absolutely, because he would fail to have complied with the requirement to have an operating system. So these systems do fail. I mean, they're not perfect by any means.
Very good. Thank you.
Delegate Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Mr. Jocelyn. Sir, I think you touched on this briefly. We already have laws on the books, do we not, in connection with, say, breaking and entering, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And we have laws on the books against thefts as well, right?
Also correct.
All right, and there have been a number of proposals generally supported by members of my side of the aisle to make theft of a firearm a felony, which has never passed muster down here. You're aware of that, right?
Unfortunately, yes, I am.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we took that step and we enforce the laws that are already on the books regarding breaking and entering and theft. And I guess in a lot of these cases, or at least some of them, it would be felony theft. Wouldn't that go a long way towards addressing the concerns that this particular piece of legislation before us seeks to address?
It certainly would. Unfortunately, our history of not prosecuting or plea bargaining has not served us well. We tend to coddle the criminals because we feel there are too many of them in jail. Maybe they're in jail because they belong there. Why we refuse to do this, I do not know, but the current atmosphere that there are no penalties and you can pretty much do whatever you want because you now have a license to do it because we're not prosecuting criminals, or we're not going to go for extended penalties, or you get to serve one term for 6 different crimes, but you're serving them concurrently instead of consecutively. It lends itself to a lawless society, and that's what we're seeing.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question for Mr. Pennock. In your exchange with the chair, you brought up the fact that wholesalers, those FFL licensees, would be impacted by this legislation if it were to be enacted. And I think it would be helpful for the committee to understand a little bit more about the role that wholesalers play as a facility when you purchase a firearm online. If you could just explain like the chain of custody. Once you buy a firearm online, what happens then? How do you get it in your possession?
Sure, Delegate. Wholesalers doesn't necessarily have anything to do with being online or not online. Wholesalers are designed by the term to distribute to retail outlets, and retail outlets are the O1 dealers this bill regulated. Now, wholesalers can not even be in the state of Maryland. They can be all throughout the country. So their job is to act as an intermediary between the manufacturer, large manufacturers, for example, and distribute firearms to dealers as they're ordered. So it has necessarily to do with any ordering online. Now, normally wholesalers do not entertain online sales to ordinary people. They have to go; those people have to go through a retailer, O1, who does the background check required by federal law. I can't order interstate or otherwise a gun from a wholesaler and not go through a FFL because those sales are barred as a matter of federal law. So wholesalers have anything to do with online sales, really.
But it's true that once you purchase a firearm, the wholesaler has it in their inventory until it's sent to a retailer.
The wholesaler may or may not have it in your inventory. Normally, in the way this works is you go to a retailer to order a firearm that he doesn't have. The retailer then consults his wholesaler. So there may be a whole host of different wholesalers depending on the brand, and the wholesaler then delivers the firearm to the retailer where you complete the purchase. So it's not something that wholesalers hold themselves out to the public. I mean, that's just not part of being a wholesaler.
Gotcha. But that was my line of questioning, was just to establish that the wholesalers keep the inventory before it goes to the retailer.
Sometimes they have to order it directly from the manufacturer as well. I mean, there are literally thousands and thousands of models of firearms that are available for purchase in this country. Wholesalers don't stock all of them, nor could they.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Mr. Pinnock or Mr. Joslin. My concern is, would this bill affect we have a business in Harford County that does all kinds of testing of weaponry, and would this affect them?
If they hold an FFL, yes.
Yes, absolutely, because they are a licensed dealer under federal law, and most smiths or repair shops that do that sort of work are licensed dealers.
Well, they do this for the government, and I know when we had the big gun bill, the O'Malley bill, we had to get an amendment to take their business out of being impacted by that bill.
I don't know which one in particular you're talking about. I am certain, however, that they are federally licensed.
The omnibus bill, I think in 2013.
Oh, yeah, the Firearm
Yeah.
Safety Act. I
Big
remember
one.
I testified with that.
Yeah.
But anybody who does that sort of work has to be federally licensed. And they are therefore a licensed dealer within the meaning of the term that this bill uses. So you're talking about very large manufacturers as well, like LWRC out in Cambridge, Maryland, who may have in the processes of manufacture thousands and thousands of firearms in their inventory that they now under this bill would have to secure in a secure room, or whatever that means, every night. And the failure to do so can be criminally enforced on the second violation. That's literally absurd. I mean, that requirement becomes unmanageable. That's a good way to drive out your manufacturers and federal contractors. All the rest of these dealers who are federal contractors will be leaving the state of Maryland because the requirements are so onerous.
Thank you.
Delegate, in checking, you're referring, I'm sure, to the HP White Company, and they are listed in the ATF list as a licensed firearms dealer.
Yeah, I didn't want to, call them out, but yeah, that's who I'm, yes, that's who I'm worried about. Thank you.
Delegate Bartlett, then Eric.
I just have a couple of business questions because I'm hearing about the expenses. I think this is probably a question for Mr. Boston. I'm not sure, but so how were profits of gun sales over the past 2 years? Have they been up or down? I mean, you don't have to give me like numbers, just up or down.
So they have been up and down, and you're going to hear testimony from 2 gun shop owners in a few minutes. And I think they're sitting in the room with me, but they can answer the question when they get called on. I think they can give you a little bit more detail.
Sounds good.
So I'll defer to them.
Sounds good. Okay, I will wait to ask my remaining questions to them because it all has to do with business. So thank you.
All right. Sure. Delegate Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for being here. My question is for Mr. Pennock. If a law becomes a de facto ban on gun sales, is that constitutional?
So there is a constitutional right to acquire firearms that the state has recognized in litigation. There's a constitutional right to sell firearms. It's called an ancillary right. You'll see some of that discussion in my written testimony on the case law. So to the extent that the state drives out sellers, yes, the answer is that could constitute the basis for a lawsuit challenging it under the Second Amendment, because sellers have a right to sell just as buyers have the right to purchase. So absolutely.
Yeah, so I followed the Baltimore County bill quite closely, as you can imagine. And I know that in Baltimore County, when the bill was being drafted and discussed, the licensed firearm dealers had a large participation. I think at the end of it, they felt very included, and the final draft didn't feel as onerous on them as what the original draft had been, because there was this effort to work together to make sure that the product was good. And now I'm seeing this bill as being sort of even more onerous on them when they just went through working through all these details at the county level. So this bill would supersede the county policies that they have just come into, line with, and they have just gotten brought their businesses up to snuff and spent, I'm sure tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now, it really doesn't matter if somebody's business is in an uptick. At the end of the day, you have employees and people end up losing their jobs when giant amounts of money that were not budgeted for start being siphoned off by really repetitive policy.
I would urge the delegate and indeed the committee to actually compare this bill to the bill that they arrived at in Baltimore County. It's much easier to accomplish storage, for example, under the Baltimore County approach than it is in this bill. And that is a huge driver of costs because, for example, one dealer manufacturer that I know of in Montgomery County would not be able to comply without building another annex to his shop, which is hugely costly. because he has that many firearms as a manufacturer. So the Baltimore County approach would at least help alleviate that.
Yeah.
And there's no earthly reason that couldn't be done, rather than using a vague term such as secure room.
Yeah, and I'm imagining in my head, it would be like, let's say you rented a space and it was a giant concrete building. You have a giant concrete building with locks on the outside and cameras, and now you need to, inside your giant concrete building, build another tiny giant concrete building to put the things in that are already in a giant concrete building. I mean, it's, yeah, I see why this is sort of unnecessarily extreme, and why the Baltimore County one hit a much better note with the community.
I'll give you an example. Attached to my testimony is the written testimony of Engaged Firemen in Montgomery County. They have over 2,000 firearms on their site. 2,000. They literally have the storage room that they have currently would not possibly fit all those firearms.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you all being here. Thank you for coming in.
Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay? Hey, just one question for anyone on the panel, really. Do you know of any other law where there's a criminal penalty associated for being the victim of a crime?
No. That's a good point. I can't think of one.
I can think of one, and where if you don't report a stolen firearm you can then be subject to a small fine. I think $500 on current Maryland law, if you don't report it within, I think, 72 hours.
Because I'm just seeing this, that's how the application of this penalty is going to transpire. You'll have a lot of people, frankly, it's going to be the small business owners. It's not going to be the folks who have a giant gun safe and a giant staff and they can shuffle their inventory in and out with no problem. It's going to be a smaller venue who, for whatever reason, can't afford this. They would be the subject of a theft. And then they would be found outside of the boundary of this law, which would subject them to a criminal penalty. I mean, am I reading this properly here?
You are reading it correctly. The second violation is 3 years imprisonment, which is under federal and state law a permanent disqualifier from ever possessing modern firearms or modern ammunition. So it's extremely severe. I mean,
Okay.
it not only puts them out of business, but it puts them out of business for a lifetime.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's a good point, Delegate.
All right. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we thank you all very much. We'll go to the final panel, I believe. Here, Mark Schneider, Donna Worthy, Larry Collins, and Daniel Carlin Weber.
The screen come on? Your screen's not on?
Mr. Boston, thank you. All right, we're going to Mark Schneider. Mr. Schneider, for 2 minutes, please. Schneider, Donna Worthy, Larry Collins, and Daniel Carlin Weber. Mr. Schneider, you're going to need to turn off the YouTube link that you're watching.
Your screen's not on.
To Mark Schneider.
My name is Mark Schneider. I am the manager of Atlantic
Mr.
Guns.
Schneider, for 2 minutes, please.
My name is Mark Schneider. I'm the
Schneider,
manager of
Donna
Atlantic
Worthy,
Guns.
Larry Collins, and Daniel Carlin Weber. Mr. Schneider, you're going to need to turn off the YouTube link, please.
Your screen's not on. Are you not in?
Can you hear me?
Yes, make sure that the YouTube link is closed, and if it is, then you can start with your 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Mark Schneider. I am the manager of Atlantic Guns, my family's legacy designated business by Montgomery County. We are proud to have served the community for over 70 years. I oppose HB 1021 as it threatens our ability to stay in business. As a safety cautious firearms dealer, Atlantic Guns does everything we can to secure our inventory. We have invested in security glass, reinforced metal bars, and locking display cases. We also have a 24/7 surveillance cameras sensitive alarm systems in place, and other security measures. Our store itself, we consider a secured building. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to prevent criminals from stealing our firearms. With that said, we understand that not all dealers can make that same investment. A one-size-fits-all approach is nearly impossible for every firearm dealer to comply with. If passed, HB 1021 will require firearms dealers to store all firearms in vault safes or secured room. We have thousands of firearms in our inventory, all of which are stored safely and responsibly. We could not install a vault or safe that could hold our entire inventory, nor could we physically move it twice daily. We believe our entire store is secure, but the bill has not defined what a secure room is. This bill also requires physical barriers specifically designed to prevent criminals from driving into a building. Many dealers, including ourselves, would not be able to comply with this due to lease restrictions and handicap access laws. If passed, enforcement of this bill would cause me to face imprisonment, lose my right to own a firearm, and hold my firearms dealer's license. Licensed firearms dealers already comply with numerous laws and regulations on the state and federal level. So HB 1021 is an unreasonable bill that will not prevent criminal activity, but will put responsible firearms dealers out of business. I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
All right, Donna Worthy, please.
Hello, my name is Donna Worthy. I'm the owner of Worth-A-Shot Firearms in Millersville, Maryland. I am also the president of the Maryland Licensed Firearms Dealer Association. I urge an unfavorable report of Bill 1021 for the following reasons. The bill as written fails to take into account that dealers mostly rent their retail spaces. To require physical barriers to be erected outside the storefront may not be possible due to property owners refusing to put them in their space. In my specific case, my rental company will not permit the use of less physically intrusive and less costly bollards. In our case, our only option would be large concrete planters, and they would likely inhibit disability access to our entrance. At a typical cost of approximately $1,750 each, I would need roughly at least 20 planters for my store. To just order the planters and have them delivered to Worth-A-Shot would cost me over $35,000. This price doesn't include placing the planters around the building, which would require forklifts to be rented, equipment plus operators, not to mention routine maintenance of the planters. Again, my landlords have not even agreed to the planters at this point. These costs would be difficult for Worth-A-Shot to bear. The types of costs for smaller retail outlets other than my business alone would be enough to put some of them out of business. These required physical barriers may or may not even prevent a thief from ramming into the store to gain access to the front. These physical barriers definitely will not stop a creative thief from attaching a chain from the front door to a vehicle bumper and pulling the entire door off. Smaller stores and retailers will be driven out of business quickly, and larger stores will either have to pass the increased costs on to their consumer, which will cause loss of business or eventually for them to go out of business as well. Finally, by making alleged violations criminal in nature, it guarantees a conviction will also cause the firearms dealer to go out of business. No dealer will be willing to subject themselves to such a liability. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Go now. Go now to Larry Collins, please, for 2 minutes. Larry Collins? No Larry. Daniel Carlin Weber, please, for 2 minutes. I saw him on here earlier. Daniel Carlin Weber. To staff, I think he got knocked out. I think he was included inadvertently in the last panel and may have gotten knocked out. So we'll get him back in here.
Were you calling me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, there you are. Okay. Yeah. Daniel Carlin Weber for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I'm a resident of District 46. I am a firearms instructor, and I speak before you today to urge an unfavorable report on HB 1021. It's hard for me to not say more than what you've already heard, but if I can say something here that speaks to all of the legislation that's been proposed this year in regards to further controls or regulations on firearms, the burden is always put either upon the gun business or the gun owner to find some way to comply. And the state oftentimes leaves absolutely no avenue to help anybody do the right thing. It's often through criminal sanction or some sort of harsh civil penalty. And this bill, I see a little difference here. Everything is to compel dealers to make these expensive changes to their industry or pack up and move. You know, there's some very gun-friendly states that surround Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware. West Virginia is very friendly. They even have tax incentives for the firearms industry. And I fear that this bill will cause a lot of places to just, we're just going to pack up and move. That's really not how things should be in this state. I think if this state wants to increase public safety, it should help these places better secure their facilities. And as Delegate McComas offered at the beginning of this, at this hearing, some way to help them fund the changes that the bill would compel. For all these reasons, I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Questions for the panel? Seeing no questions for the panel, we thank you all very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1021. Thank you very much. We're going to go now to House Bill 521. Delegate Pena-Milnick, the Vice Chair of HGO, who is right there. We'd like to bring in Jessica Quincosa, James Coyner, Marceline White, and I have Hannibal Kemmerer on the first panel. Is that right, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, Chairman.
We'll do that, and we'll take you for 3 minutes, Delegate, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am pleased to present to you House Bill 521. In March of 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic began its massive disruption of normal life in Maryland through lockdowns and closures of schools and businesses, it inevitably triggered severe economic hardship and recession. We saw it with our constituents. We got the emails. We were in the community. While these public health measures were necessary to save lives and were mitigated by economic stimulus, expanded unemployment, and eviction moratorium, there were still those who fell into financial ruin through the economic cracks created by the virus. The purpose of this legislation that we have in front of us, it will give anyone who faced a rent payment failure related eviction directly caused by the pandemic the opportunity to petition the court to shield their records. This will protect them from housing or employment discrimination in the future and allow them to get back on their feet, as these evictions were triggered by unprecedented conditions and not their fault. The legislative text of the bill that I would like to reference to and point you to is where it says basically that this section applies only to a court record relating to an action for repossession of residential property for a failure to pay rent filed on or after March 5th, 2020, but before January 1st, 2022. So it's a very narrow window. This legislation is aimed at helping tenants impacted by the pandemic. It is not broadly drafted, and it is expressly not designed to give an unfair advantage to or harm anyone financially. I actually worked with AOVA, and they actually supported, they gave testimony to this committee supporting this bill. I also work with the judiciary to address their concerns, and the amendments that I have submitted to you address their concerns. The fiscal note is only $15,000. You know, again, I want to thank AOVA and the judiciary for working with me. You know, this is very limited and it will really make a difference. So thank you for the opportunity to present this legislation, and I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from Jessica Quincosa, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Clippinger and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 521, a bill that would allow certain tenants the ability to petition a court to remove records related to failure to pay rent actions from public inspection. I'm Jessica Quincosa, the Executive Director of Community Legal Services of Prince George's County. a nonprofit organization that provides free legal services to low-income residents of Prince George's County and tenants in Anne Arundel County. CLS's dedicated staff have represented and advised hundreds of tenants in failure to pay rent cases caused by the pandemic. Struggling families have faced financial challenges from COVID-19, resulting in housing instability and uncertainty. During closures and moratoriums, Maryland courts accepted and processed landlord-tenant filings, leaving some families with multiple judgments. Some landlords filed failure to pay rent cases. Every month, the tenant did not pay their full rent timely, resulting in serial cases on Maryland Judiciary Case Search. Many tenants at this point have paid their outstanding balance through their return to work or emergency rental assistance programs. Failure to pay rent cases filed after March 2020 are not true representation of the payment history of tenants. Many tenants did not have trouble paying their rent prior to the global crisis, and these cases may cause prospective landlords to make assumptions and deny new housing. With leases ending and rents increasing, many tenants will now have to move. CLS's attorneys diligently advocated in court for low-income tenants unable to pay their rent and connected them with emergency rental assistance programs administered by organizations such as Arundel Community Development Services or the Prince George's County Department of Housing and Community Development, and were able to prevent evictions. Landlords may have received the funds through these ERAP programs or a tenant payment, leaving no outstanding rent, but these tenants will have these filings that may impair their future ability to secure housing. This bill will protect tenants from unfair prejudice that may further compound their financial challenges. CLS strongly supports HB 521. Thank you for your time, and to CLS's dedicated staff for their assistance in helping me prepare this testimony, and to Delegate Pena-Melnick for all your hard work on this bill.
James Joyner, please, for Coiner. I beg your pardon. James Coiner, please, for 2 minutes. Okay, not here. But if we can, we also have Highness Yemba, who's going to be on the sponsor panel here in a moment. But let me go to Marceline White because I see her, and then we'll just keep going. Marceline White for 2 minutes.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition, MCRC. MCRC works to advance economic rights and equity through research, education, organizing, and direct service. We're here in strong support of House Bill 521, and I want to thank Delegate Pena-Melnick for sponsoring this legislation. I think it's important to just note that this is a response to the pandemic, and I just want to share a little bit from our work on our tenant assistance hotline and why this is so needed. As you know, if a tenant has an eviction on their record, it can be a real barrier to getting new housing, jobs, other things. It really creates kind of a domino effect for low-income tenants. And so this legislation in response to the pandemic is necessary. Our calls to our tenant assistance hotline went up 50% between 2020 and 2021. We had more than 1,270 calls. 800 of those calls were related to eviction assistance. This bill is narrowly tailored, both the timeline and the circumstances under which an eviction record would be shielded. And it promotes racial and economic equity. Of the clients that called for eviction assistance, 83% were Black or Latinx. More than 50% were female-headed households. And this bill affirmatively furthers fair housing by eliminating an impediment that has a disparate impact on Black and Brown tenants and women heads of households. It keeps people housed, and it saves taxpayers money. And it creates and addresses the pandemic at a critical time. So for all of these reasons, we support HB 521 and ask for a favorable report.
Hannibal Kemmerer, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Hannibal Kemmerer, and I'm Chief Counsel for Legislative Affairs to Attorney General Frosh. I'm here today, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to urge a favorable report on House Bill 521, Delegate Pena-Melnick's bill that would permit tenants to petition courts to shield from public access actions against them for a failure to pay rent. I'm probably not going to use my whole 2 minutes. I just want to express my sincere gratitude to the delegate for introducing this bill and working with both us and interested parties and the judiciary. And I also want to read just a smidge of a quote from my written testimony, noting that if records of these cases remain unsealed, a present COVID-19 eviction will haunt a tenant until 2025 or 2020, 2030, or even beyond. Eviction is a civil offense. It can result from a single isolated instance of non-payment. There's no reason the courts and legislators should allow a single eviction, legitimate or not, to dictate a tenant's housing prospects for a decade. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 521. Thank you.
All right. Highness Yemba, please. Highness Yemba for 2 minutes, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Highness Yemba. So last year around February, March, I was affected by COVID directly. My mom ended up catching COVID, and due to that, she had health complications, which caused her to have to get surgery. And due to that, I had to be her only caregiver during the time and trying to help her get back to health. I ended up missing days at work, which reflected on me having to make the decision of either take care of my mom or end up having to leave my job type of thing. So around the time I was struggling with my job, so that affected me financially. Due to that, I'm falling behind on bills and everything. So I ended up having to go to court constantly for failure to pay the rent. And even after being able to catch up on payments and everything like that, because I was able to get rental assistance, I still had all of that flag against me this year when I tried to apply for actual apartment complexes, because now apartments look at it and it flags and it says that I have a failure to pay rent, even though the balance will be zero. They don't really care too much about that. As long as they see the failure to pay, they're looking at it like, okay, if you weren't able to pay them, what makes us believe that you'll be able to pay us? And it's kind of difficult, especially being in a predicament where I'm 7 months pregnant now, trying to find housing and a place for me and my daughter to stay. And, it's difficult. So I tried to go to the courthouse and basically have those records sealed, and I tried to file a motion to have those records sealed, and it basically got denied by the judge. They didn't give a reasoning as to why, but that's what ended up happening. And now I'm in a predicament where I can't really apply anywhere without that happening or being affected.
Thank you very much. We'll go, I think Mr. Coiner, James Coiner is with us again. James Coiner.
Yes, hello,
please.
how are you?
Fine, for 2 minutes, please, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to share my story. I got laid off due to the revenue decrease from my job as the director of a few neurological occupational therapy offices in December of 2020. It was all related to COVID because what we did was very physical and one-on-one in our practices, and the decline of that ability due to COVID was dramatically affected the revenue of the organization. So the doctors took over my role, and I was laid off. I applied for assistance through the Eviction Protection Program and was granted that in February. From February through November, they filed for every month and tried to evict me. I have 9 filings on my record for failure to pay rent after the documents were signed that were those months of rent. So it affects me very greatly. I'm still here because they've actually now paid me through April. My lease is up in September, and I highly don't think I can stay. I personally have come down with a serious illness, and that has affected my ability to work as well. With 3 children as a widower, it was kind of scary going through this process and getting these notices when there was contracts signed that were by the landlord, and they were filing these motions that technically they signed that they would not. So it really affected my life a lot. And now I'm worried that when I am up in September, these 9 failure to pay rent marks on my judiciary search and on my records will prevent me from being able to live anywhere, and especially anything income related. So I really just wanted to share that this would be a great help for me personally, and I'm sure many others, that we did all we could and got things taken care of, and the balances are paid. I actually have credits on my account at this point.
Mr. Pointer, Pointer, I'm going to need you to wrap up, please.
Okay. All I'll say is I am in full support of this bill due to that situation.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions for the panel. Unfortunately, Ms. White had to leave to go to another hearing. So she is not available for questions, but the other panelists are, and I believe Delegate Pena-Melnick is also still here. So we'll go to Delegate Cox, then Delegate Cardin. Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, panelists. Real quick, 3 quick questions. Number 1, this bill says anything related to a filing for repossession or action for failure to pay rent, which would include, as written, counterclaims by the tenants that would have to be shielded. Was that the intent? Number 2, which would obviously also include settlements, would be therefore shielded, where a tenant may wish to have record of a good settlement. Number 2, this appears to mandate complete non-disclosure, complete shielding of cash judgments, those that were reduced to cash judgments. So, and I have several constituents where their kitchen was damaged and they weren't paid rent for several months, and so there's a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 cash judgment awarded by the court. That is related, but it also involves a property damage claim that would have to be not shielded. So what's the perspective on that? And I guess those are the 2 main issues that I had. And I'm not sure who to direct it to, because I know the Madam Chair may or may not wish to address that.
Yeah, if I may, I'll let Jessica address it. But the amendments address those issues. But Jessica, go ahead.
So this is different to a civil money judgment case. This is just for repossession. So for the failure to pay rent cases, the only usual counterclaim sort of for that would be a rent escrow case. And that would be in landlord-tenant court, which is different than the civil claim that the landlord may have in the future for damages. And it's actually can only be shielded if, in fact, the landlord receives a failure to pay rent case with a money judgment. In some counties, landlords, if they achieve personal service on a failure to pay rent, can request a money judgment on the failure to pay rent hearing. For the most part, most counties don't do that. There are a few that do. We specifically reviewed that, and the tenant can shield the case if they can prove that the money judgment was actually satisfied. I hope that addresses your question, as opposed to a civil case where they would go back to court and file a civil case for money damages.
Okay, so, and I think I heard that there may be a clarifying amendment for that, because I don't see that in here. Okay. Thank you.
So those were some of the concerns from the judiciary, and the amendments that we submitted and we send it to the committee addresses those concerns.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, for bringing what you always bring, a very balanced bill and good policies. If I can just ask 2 quick questions. The first is, this may be covered in the amendment that you described, but I'm not sure. The State Bar Association has suggests that it would be better suited if the proposed legislation changed the burden of proof from on the landlord to on the tenant, so that the burden of proof on the landlord to prove the tenant's failure to pay rent was not due at a loss of income at a COVID event. The proposed bill could be better served by shifting the burden of proof to the tenant instead of the landlords, thereby requiring the tenant as the person seeking relief to approve the required condition. And I'm just wondering if that was
So
covered.
the amendment addressed that.
Okay, that's number one. And then number two was, and this is just a question really, I mean, maybe Mr. Kemmer, maybe Jessica, you can describe this, but or answer this, but the Maryland realtors basically say, look, we want to know, in their paragraph 3 of their testimony, we just, sometimes we need to know if people are late payers. If they're perpetual and consistent late payers, that could impact our decision. And the question is this just a policy decision that they shouldn't know that? Or is this more of a no, in certain circumstances, they should be able to, that should be shielded?
So if I may take a first chance at answering this, and thank you for your question, I appreciate it. The bill is very narrow focus for that small period of time. And the bill says that it's the tenant that must prove that it was due to the COVID pandemic that they lost their job. So this is basically a policy decision regarding the pandemic, and it's not broadly to someone that is habitually late for other reasons. Like the burden of proof here is on the tenant to provide and prove that it was because of that. And even the way it's drafted, even if they prove that, it's drafted in such a manner that the landlord can actually fight it. And it's also, the language is drafted that the court may grant, it doesn't say shall, for those reasons. So it's very balanced, to borrow your words, just to make sure that everyone here, that we're fair to everyone, right? And in most instances, the landlords did receive the money, as well. So it's very narrowly focused.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness whenever you bring legislation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Cardin now sucking up to the vice chair of HGO. All right. Strict rules about. All right. Now, are there further questions? All right. We thank you all very much for all of you for speaking with us today. We have another panel here, Gregory Countess, Zephyr Shaw. Actually, it's just the two of them. So we'll hear from the two of them, which is fine. But was hoping for, I misread the list committee, I apologize. But we have Mr. Shaw. All right, I see Mr. Countess. We'll go to Mr. Countess first for 2 minutes and then Mr. Shaw for 2 minutes, please. Mr. Countess.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delegate. Oh God. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get myself back on the video without the YouTube.
We can see and hear you, so you're fine. If you just want to start talking, that's good.
Yes, sir, I will. And so I'm not going to take my 2 minutes. I guess the word would be ditto. I would just emphasize these 2 points. This bill could be accurately described as a clean slate bill, because it attempts to shield people from the harm that was inflicted upon all of us during this time of this pandemic. And I would emphasize that it's necessary because of the crisis that we have in affordability. There are over 100,000. We have a gap of about 100,000 affordable units. And what that means is that people now are paying more than 30% of their income for rent, at least 100,000 families in the state of Maryland. And, you'll make this situation would be made worse if people are applying for new rentals and they have then to face bad credit reports because of their inability to pay rent during the pandemic. And so for those reasons, so that we don't make things worse for people in the future, we would urge a favorable report. In terms of the delegate asked the question, I think Ms. Conclose attempted to answer it, but the
the money that that landlord went after for damage, say, for instance, to a kitchen, that's a property damage claim. In a failure to pay rent action, you can get possession of the premises, and that possession of the premises is conditioned, perhaps, that is the tenant retaining possession of the premises on them paying rent. The property damage claim is not rent, and there's Maryland case law to that. So this is not going to affect any other sort of damage contract claim that a landlord may have. That's not what's being sought to be shielded, I believe. Just simply the failure to pay rent.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair Clippinger and Vice Chair Moon, members of the committee. My name is Zephyr Shaw. I'm an attorney in the Human Right to Housing project of the Public Justice Center. We provide legal assistance and advice to hundreds of renter households in Maryland each year. And I co-sign on all of the proponent testimony that preceded me. I would highlight that there were over 530,000 fair to pay rent cases filed just in the period to which this bill applies, March of 2020 to January 1st of 2022. At the summer of 2021, the ratio of fair to pay rent cases filed to renter households served by a emergency rental assistance program was 9-1. And that just speaks to the depth of the harm caused by these serial filings during a pandemic and a uneven economic recovery. We've come in with two friendly amendments. One is to expand that coverage period to cover the Omicron wave of this pandemic. We've proposed May 31, 2022 as a cutoff. We have also pinpointed that the evidentiary standard for landlord or ex-landlord's objections to these petitions is undefined. And in our experience, some landlords take it upon themselves to be frivolously or retaliatorily objecting to vacating a judgment or providing a neutral reference to a tenant. We expect that to happen with these objections to petitions as well. And so for that reason, we would ask that the committee consider changing that last provision of the bill to have a clear and convincing evidence standard for objections, particularly because the evidence that tenants have for, say, to show income loss from over 2 years ago is going to be difficult. And it's going to be difficult to prove that, and any frivolous objection might actually defeat a tenant. We don't want that to happen. We think this is remedial. It should be broad. I'm just wrapping up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So with those amendments, we fully support the bill and ask for favorable with amendment report.
Are there questions for this panel? Right, seeing Delegate Bartlett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Shaw. Could you explain the portion of the bill on page 3, number 4? I think that's what you were just talking about, but I just want to make sure I understand it.
I'm just pulling it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
And okay, page 4.
Yep, page 3, number 4.
Right. So the court may deny the shielding of records if the landlord has objected. They have a hearing in this lines 5 through 9, and there's not any specification on what exactly a landlord would show to demonstrate that the tenant's loss of income did not arise from COVID-19. Now, you could expect any number of reasons that are not proved up, for instance, and it just is it's raised to just cast doubt on the tenant's assertion, not unlike what the renters in the proponent panel explained. I mean, it gets harder and harder as time goes on to have the perfect evidence. And we've seen, particularly in the time period when the CDC order, temporary halting evictions, was in effect, that some landlords could prevail in defeating that protection merely on suggestion that they had some unproduced evidence that the tenant had been employed or didn't really have any illness, etc. So I'm not proposing, Public Justice Center is not proposing that landlords shouldn't be able to object. It's just that their objection should be properly grounded. It shouldn't be a default to satisfaction of the court. It should really be a higher standard to deter retaliatory or inappropriate objections.
So does House Bill 521, does it also relate to someone who is caring for someone else, such as the witness that we had earlier? I believe she stated that she was caring for someone and unable to go to work and things of that sort. Does it also, would it also apply to her? Will her records be able to be shielded?
I think that is within the broad scope of the protection here. But you can also imagine, Delegate Bartlett, what is the evidence that is going to prove to a court above the landlord's objection that family member, where there's some attenuation here, like the tenant showing up as a movant in court may not be the person who experienced the direct harm. They're experiencing indirect harm.
Right.
And so I suppose I take a view a little contrary to what Delegate Cardin suggested, which is that it is proper for the objection to have, for the burden on the landlord to be a little bit higher here in terms of objection. Now, I mean, with the full expectation that tenants are going to put on evidence. It's not merely just the assertion that they deserve protection. But really the concern is that the way that bill's currently drafted might invite some very petty or frivolous objections.
Right, and all the records that were before, whatever day it was, March, I can't remember the date, but all the records of failure to pay rent stay on the docket. I mean, stay within Maryland case search. And anything after, I think you said May 2022, would be available. So if you have a tenant who just repeatedly fails to pay rent and has a bad history of this, except for that one little portion during the pandemic, all the records would be there and would clearly show what the landlord is looking for with respect to future renting someone in the future, renting out to someone, a tenant in the future. My goodness, that was just so hard to say for some reason. My apologies, Mr. Chair. Is that so, Mr. Shaw?
Wow.
That is my view of it as well, Delegate Bartlett. And
okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay. It's an important question still, but I'm just saying. All right. Delegate Jam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is probably for the bill sponsor, I believe. I see the date regarding what my other colleague was just talking about, that chunk of time, May 5th, 2020 to January 1st, 2022. How, and I've been thinking how to get this question out, so I hope I ask it correctly. That chunk of time is shielded from a potential landlord. How long is this information shielded? Like forever? For 5 years? For 2 years? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, it's shielded forever.
forever.
Because it's basically the height of the pandemic, a very small, short time, and they're going to have to prove that it was due to the pandemic. And the whole objective of the bill is to make sure that it's not seen so that they can find, an apartment, and it doesn't affect their livelihood. So it's very narrowly focused.
Okay. I think that answers my question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions for the panel. Thank you all very much. That concludes the testimony now for House Bill 521. Thank you all very much for coming and speaking with us today. It's almost 3 o'clock, committee. We're on our third bill, House Bill 868, the Howard County delegation, and we get to see the chair of Ways and Means, I think, again. My goodness.
Last time. This is the last time you will see me.
Last time. Anything going on over there in Ways and Means? Keep coming
Oh
over.
yeah, I think we're on bill like 16 and about to be done, but
Is there a motion for an unfavorable? All right, good times. That's fine. Now she's here though as chair of the Howard County delegation.
No, I'm not the chair.
Now she's here from the Howard County delegation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're going to also hear as part of her panel from Byron McFarland and Lauren Kitchen. We'll give Chair Atterbury 3 minutes, everybody else 2 minutes to hear House Bill 868. So let's go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. This is the last time I am before you, and I am presenting this bill because we do our bills a little differently in Howard County. I brought this issue to the delegation. This has been 2 years or actually more in the making with different iterations, and this is what we land on, and it passed out of the delegation. So it is a local bill for Howard County, and what it simply does is make a constitutional amendment on the next ballot that would say the judges of the circuit court for Howard County would sit as the Orphans Court. Currently, it's done differently all over the state of Maryland. And in Howard County, we have 3 individuals who are not required to be attorneys that run every 4 years, and they serve as judges on the Orphans Court. And so the constitutional amendment would align us with Harford and Montgomery County, who some years ago also did a constitutional amendment, and the people approved that matter. And so now it was folded up into the circuit court. In terms of Howard County, the caseload for the Orphans Court, it would only take up barely under 2% it would be about 2% of their caseload. So they could certainly take that on. I am going to turn this over to our fantastic Register of Wills, Byron McFarland. I want to thank him for all of his work that he has done on this issue. And I will just simply end by saying that there are 36 states in the United States that have the orphans courts wrapped up into their trial courts. Maryland is the only one of 15 that only has specialized probate courts. Today, I am coming with a Howard County local bill. I think that what the state does in terms of orphans courts is a later issue that we should take up. But I am asking this for Howard County, and it was approved by our delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Byron McFarland now for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Byron McFarland. I am the Register of Wills for Howard County, and I'm here to express my strong support for this bill. I want to thank Chair Atterbury for her leadership and our delegation for choosing to introduce this critically needed reform. The debate over the future of the orphans courts is not new. It's been debated by commissions and committees in Maryland for over 150 years. There is an historical broad consensus that the limited duties of these courts should be transferred to the circuit courts. As Delegate Atterbury said, this has already been done in Harford and Montgomery counties, and now Howard County has said we want to follow suit. Our current system is frankly inefficient because it's part-time and relies on agreement among 3 judges. It's unreliable because its decisions are appealed more than any of Maryland's lay orphans courts except one, and inequitable because it prolongs closure, holds hearings on matters that should be ruled on based on pleadings, and never refers cases to mediation. This bill would create a more efficient, more reliable, and more equitable process for grieving families by providing them with a fully vetted, professionalized court they can rely on. In its 1996 final report, the Commission on the Future of Maryland Courts summed up the rationale for this reform as follows, quote, "The undeniable fact is that it does not take a body of 3 persons to make the kind of decisions that Orphans Court judges make. The routine decisions which account for 80 to 90% of the total number of decisions can just as easily be made by a properly trained official serving in the circuit court. The more serious decisions involving the resolution of contested cases and the application of arcane law ought to be made by judges and juries who make those kinds of decisions in other cases and who, for the most part, end up making them in probate cases as well. In closing, the state judiciary's motto is efficient, fair, effective justice for all. Unfortunately, our current system fails to live up to that promise. This bill will fix that. I'd like to just add in my written testimony, I have included substantial data and research on this issue, including caseloads and some of the matters from some of these commissions and task forces that have studied this in the past. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
Lauren Kitchen, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Leffler Kitchen. I'm an attorney and routinely represent individuals through the estate administration process in Howard County. I'm testifying today in favor of this bill. My clients are typically the spouse, child, or close friend of someone who recently passed away and are suffering from an insurmountable amount of grief. And it's my job to help them navigate through the often nuanced and laborious estate administration process. Many people do an estate plan to help expeditiously resolve their final affairs, avoid disputes and minimize costs. However, those efforts are sometimes thwarted in Howard County as a result of the current system in place for the Orphans Court. Currently, candidates are elected to this court and empowered to render legally binding decisions, regardless of their background in the law or legal training. The system is set up to fail because the judges are usually not equipped with the tools needed to interpret and apply the law. And appealing to the circuit court is often not a viable option because the emotional and financial cost of doing so is often too great. Under the current system, the Orphan Court meets only once a week. This causes unreasonable delays in the approval of documents, which in turn delays the distribution of assets, the timely resolution of issues, and delays payments to attorneys, which creates a significant hardship for the small firms and solo practitioners in our county. It's us, the small firms and solo practitioners, who are holding the hands of our bereaved community members through the administration process. And when we aren't able to do our jobs because we're unable to afford to do so, then the whole community is injured. Our circuit court is one of the most efficient and knowledgeable benches in the state. The circuit court is not only capable, but is in fact in a better position to adjudicate disputes in estates and expeditiously process the documents necessary to resolve estates. As a Howard County native and raising my family here, I take great pride in our community. Moving forward and naturally progressing is what we do here, and this bill is consistent with those values, and I and many other practitioners and families in Howard County look forward to this bill passing.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Going once. All right. That concludes the testimony in favor of the legislation. We're now going to hear from one person against the legislation, and that is Ann Dodd. Ann Dodd, please. We'll hear from her for 2 minutes, please. There she is, Ann Dodd, for 2 minutes. You're muted. Try again. There we go.
Sorry about that.
2 minutes.
Chairman Clippinger and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I offer this testimony in conjunction with the written testimony submitted by Judge Turner and me on Monday. In the 11 and a half years that I've served on the bench in Howard County, I've not heard one complaint from the citizens of the court serves. The Register of Wills has not shared complaints with me, even though I've asked him to do so, and neither has the main bill sponsor shared any complaints with me. In 2018, when Delegate Atterbury introduced a local bill to require judges to be attorneys, being the only lay judge on the bench, I asked her if she'd heard any complaints about the Howard County Orphans Court in general, or me in particular, and she said she had not. Certainly, if there are disagreements about rulings made by the court, there are venues in which to adjudicate them, the circuit court, the Court of Special Appeals. Options do not include another person's preference, but rather adjudication through the judicial process of appeals. And litigants may avoid adjudication by the Orphans Court altogether by transmitting issues directly to the circuit court. It's difficult to address innuendo about dissension among the judges during this term. 3 judges sit en banc and 2 must agree on an official ruling. The vast majority of rulings are signed by all 3 judges. The rest are signed by 2 judges. In every case, at least 2 judges have agreed to sign an order. While we may disagree on some issues, it's never hampered our ability to rule in an impartial and timely manner. The Howard County Orphans Court has an excellent appeal record that is laid out in the chart contained in written testimony. Out of more than 10,000 rulings over the 3 terms I have served, there have been 43 appeals. The court has been upheld 5.5 times and reversed only 1.5 times. The others have been dismissed, settled, or withdrawn. As compared with the circuit court, the Orphans Court is less intimidating, more accessible, cheaper, and most importantly, faster. Currently, it takes almost a year for an appeal from the Orphans Court to the Circuit Court to be heard, while issues can be heard in the Orphans Court almost immediately. I recommend an unfavorable committee report.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the witness? Seeing no questions for the witness, we do thank you very much for your time and appreciate hearing from you today. And that'll conclude the testimony on House Bill 868. We'll go on now to House Bill 1288. Delegate Arakan, that's you, and who else? Katie Novotny, Omar Chung, Mark Pennack, Daniel Carlin Weber, and Brian Gibson. We'll hear from all of them all at once. We need to actually call Omar Chung first because Delegate Arakan, I'm assuming we're going to hear from you first, and then we'll hear from Omar Chung. Okay, that's fine. So we'll do that, and we'll hear from you, Delegate, for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Committee, for the record, Delegate Lauren Arkin, District 7. I'm here with a really brief bill, and I will not probably take the full 3 minutes. This bill is very simple. It just adds disabled residents to the exclusions for the state of Maryland to charge people fees when they're applying for their wear and carry permit. It's a $75 fee, and there's some other fees every 2 or 3 years that you have to do. So this would just allow our disabled residents just a little bit of a break because they are more likely to be the victims of crimes. So I'll just read you some stats really quick. You can look at my written testimony as well, but persons with disabilities were victims of 26% of all non-fatal crimes, while they account for just 12% of our population. The rate of violent victimization against persons with disabilities was almost 4 times the rate for persons without it. 1 in 3 robbery victims has at least one disability. And 19% of rapes or sexual assaults against persons with disabilities were reported to police, compared to 36% against those persons without disabilities. So they're less likely to report crimes against them. So this bill just gives them a little hand up so they can more easily attain the ability to wear and carry. And I urge the committee to give a favorable report to it. Thank you.
All right, so now I think the first time since I've been chair, we're going to have someone who has a sign language interpreter, which is different for us. So we'll hear from Omar Chung, who is translating for Omar.
All right, you see me okay?
Yes, okay, so it's happening at the same time. That's fine. Go ahead for 2 minutes.
All right, so my name is Omar Chung. I'm a member of Maryland Child Issue a different Second Amendment organization in Maryland and nationwide. I want to urge HB 1288 for waiver the fee for people with disability because it can be financial burden for people with disability, and they have to pay for the rent, utilities, transportation. It really depends on the person itself, and also if a person have a medical necessary liability, it can run up about 21,000 or more. So I urge that 1288 HB 1288 to be waived, and I'm hoping that you all support. And that'll be it for today. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. We'll hear now from Katie Novotny, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Katie Novotny, coming to you from District 35B. Thank you, Delegate Erican, for bringing this bill. I'd just briefly like to say, touch on some of your points that, people with different disabilities are often victims of crime. And, they face, as Mr. Chung pointed out, they face expenses that the rest of us often don't face. So I think anything that we can do to make it just a bit easier for them to have the ability to defend themselves, we should do. So I request a favorable report. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear from Mark Pennock, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make clear that this bill is not only a great idea, but also doesn't affect or waive any of the other requirements imposed under Maryland's wear and carry permit law. These individuals, and I have taught some as I'm a wear and carry permit instructor, are still required to satisfy the proficiency requirement, and that requires a scored live fire. They have to achieve a minimum score on 50 rounds. So these individuals are perfectly capable of satisfying all the other requirements associated with a wear and carry permit, and they have a uniquely strong claim to being able to defend themselves, as Delegate Erican has mentioned. It ought to be a no-brainer. So I would urge the committee to favorably report this bill and get it into law. Thank you.
Daniel Carlin Weber, please, for 2 minutes. Mr. Carlin Weber. Well, let's see if Brian Gibson is here. Brian Gibson. Let's see who gets there first. Daniel Carlin Weber, go ahead for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is Daniel Carlin Weber. Also, thanks to members of the committee. I echo the sentiments said by so eloquently from Mr. Chung. I can't say anything better than he did. So with that, I will yield my time. Thank you very much. I urge your favorable report.
Thank you. Brian Gibson, please. Mr. Gibson. Maybe that was, Gibson is here. Brian Gibson, we need him to unmute. Brian Gibson, if you would please unmute and close the window for the YouTube link. But Mr. Gibson.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me
here
now?
we go. Go ahead, Mr. Gibson.
Okay. Yes, sir. Sorry, I was having a problem with this.
That's all right. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Sir, I was just, this was the I did unmute. I did unmute. What's going on here? Can someone hear me now at all?
I think you need to turn off your YouTube link. It's giving you feedback. It's a 90-second delay. So just find the window for YouTube and shut it off, and then you can hear us better.
Sorry, I was having a problem with this.
Mr. Gibson.
I think you need to turn off your YouTube link. It's giving you feedback. It's a 90-second delay. So just want to go for YouTube and shut it
Not
off,
on
and
YouTube.
then you can hear us better.
I'll have to come back, sir. I'm not even on YouTube, so I'm going to have to come back on this. I don't know what else to do at this point.
Okay. Are there questions for this panel?
I have no questions. I was just trying to ensure that that I could get this through for the handicapped. Okay. I can't.
Mr. Gibson, we can hear you. If you just want to go ahead and testify for 2 minutes, just tell us what you think.
I'm just trying to get a break for folks that are on disability. Trying to get a break for people that are on disability.
Mr. Gibson, I think we heard the crux of your testimony pretty clearly, and not making light of it. We all have had difficulty, goodness knows I have, with the Zoom. But I'm going to ask the committee if they have any questions for the people here to testify, and then we'll go from there. But are there questions from the committee? Are there questions for the committee regarding the bill? All right. I don't see any questions from the committee. We want to thank everyone who came here to testify today. Thank you all very much. We heard your comments. And Mr. Gibson, if there is more that you wanted to indicate, I would commend you to contact Delegate Erican's office, and she'll make sure to get it to the committee. All right, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1288. We thank you all very much for testifying today. We're going to go now to House Bill 1040. That has one witness. House Bill 1040 is Delegate Rosenberg. There he is. We'll hear him for 3 minutes. All right, Delegate Rosenberg for House Bill 1040.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why do we need this bill? Why should we require that the Attorney General write an advice of counsel letter to the governor and to the two presiding officers regarding a Supreme Court case? I think the answers are clear and vital. As most of you probably know, the Supreme Court has heard oral arguments in a case regarding New York's gun license carrying concealed carry law. The law is very similar to Maryland. Neutral observers expect the court to find the New York law unconstitutional. The result of such a ruling would be that it would raise serious questions about the continued viability of Maryland's law. This is a law that this committee over the last 4 to 8 years has amended to provide that appeals go not to an independent board, but to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So this is an issue where we have recently reaffirmed our commitment to such a law, to having such a review of individual carrying a gun. The Supreme Court decision is expected to come down, as most of the court's most controversial decisions come down, in June. We will be gone. We can't, an individual member or committee chair, presiding officers, whoever could not write a letter while we're still here asking for the Attorney General's advice. The purpose of this bill would be to have everybody, the key players, both branches, operating off of the same advice. So there would be no uncertainty as to what our state's chief legal officer felt was the implication of the court's ruling in the New York case. so that we can then together assess what we should or should not do in response to the court's ruling. That is the purpose of this bill, and it is something that we have done before. In the midst of the Supreme Court cases on the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act, we did enact legislation requiring the AG to keep us updated and to provide advice of counsel as to the effect of any such rulings on our law. So for those reasons, and in anticipation of a very important ruling, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Questions for Delegate Rosenberg? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. This has piqued my interest for procedural reasons. Out of curiosity, I checked the testimony. It didn't seem like there was an objection from the AG. Has this been done before, I guess, is the first question, where we command the AG to do something in a law rather than the normal, the letter? And what would prevent us from just doing a letter now? Just out of curiosity, it's an interesting concept to pass a law to ask for an opinion.
Well, we did, it's my best understanding, and I can find the law for you. We did ask for such an opinion by statute, House Bill 959 in 2020. We did ask for or require an opinion, advice of counsel letter, not an opinion letter, require an advice of counsel letter from the Attorney General regarding the Affordable Care Act. And as to, I wanted to alert everyone to this impending decision and to its likely consequence for the state. Certainly there are other ways to get a commitment from the presiding officers, committee chair, whatever the case may be, to write the Attorney General to seek his advice. But I think it's very important that both branches of government be aware of that advice is on its way before taking action or discussing what action should be taken. It would be better, it would be wiser action if it was based on legal advice.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank you.
Further questions for Delegate Rosenberg? All right, seeing none, we thank you all very much. Thank you very much. And that will conclude the testimony for House Bill 1040. We're going to go now to House Bill 1199, Delegate Wells. We'll hear from Delegate Wells, Christopher Dews, Nicole Hanson-Mundell, Crystal Williams, and that's it. So we'll hear 3 minutes from Delegate Wells, 2 minutes from everybody else. Delegate Wells, if you'd like to begin for 3 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable, oh God, I'm tongue-tied today. Chair Clippinger and members of the House Judiciary. For the record, I am Delegate Melissa Wells. I'm here today presenting on House Bill 1199. This is a bill to create a work group to study the impact of criminal justice debt on lower income Marylanders. In Maryland, there are fees for service, which I know this committee is very familiar with. There are fees for service at every stage of the criminal justice system, including court-related fees, administrative, jury, and restitution, along with home detention, parole and probation, public defender representation, application and reimbursement, jail room and board, especially for pretrial, mandatory drug and alcohol testing, vehicle interlock devices, criminal record expungement, as well as interest and late fees from the Central Collections Unit. The goal of fees is often to recoup costs and generate revenue. So as of now, there has not been a public comprehensive study to discover how much capital has been extracted from Marylanders on a yearly basis due to these fees and who is paying them. A study of this issue examining not only how much is collected annually from these fees, but which communities are paying them based on demographics of race, class, and gender would be effective in uncovering the impact it is having on Marylanders, especially lower income communities. House Bill 1199 creates a work group to study the impact of criminal justice fines and fees on Maryland's pretrial, incarcerated, and formerly incarcerated residents. The goal is to provide transparency around a rather opaque subject in Maryland policy. And we urge a favorable report. And I think you will hear testimony from those in support of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Christopher Dews, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Clippinger. My name is Christopher Dews, and I'm the Senior Policy Advocate of the Job Opportunities Task Force, where our mission is to help lower wage workers advance to higher wage jobs. We strongly support House Bill 1199 as a means to study the devastating impact of criminal justice-related fees for lower-income communities of color. In 2018, JOTF did release a report called The Criminalization of Poverty, which dissects the pathways in which Marylanders from impoverished communities unjustly encounter the criminal justice system. Part 2 of that report goes to outline how extensive fines and fees related to interactions with the criminal justice system impoverish Marylanders, specifically lower income communities of color. We specifically were looking at fees of service. Now, the delegate already mentioned the vast majority of them: district court, circuit court related fines and fees, public defender representation fees, parole and probation. And as she already mentioned, that there is no necessarily strong comprehensive study that is currently out there about this conversation. Last year, we worked with a large coalition to push Delegate Davis's Maryland Criminal Justice Debt and Elimination Prevention Act. We want to thank Delegate Davis for sponsoring legislation last year, which followed in the footsteps of other states that looked at how do we lower the cost of lower income communities by getting rid of these fines and fees. So what this work group simply does is it studies the impact of the fines and fees on these lower income communities, like we saw in Ferguson, Missouri, where it was about $2.6 million that was extracted just during the uprisings alone when it came to Michael Brown. We want that same kind of data here in the state of Maryland so we can look at who's paying, how is it actually affecting their overall income and ways that we can fix it. So with that, we simply urge a favorable report.
Nicole Hanson-Mundell, please. Nicole Hanson-Mundell. All right, we don't see Nicole Hanson-Mundell, so we're going to go to Crystal Williams from the Office of Public Defender. Nicole might be connecting to audio. There's Crystal Williams. So let's hear from her and then we'll see if we can get a hold of Nicole. Crystal Williams for 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger and Vice Chair Moon, members of the committee. Crystal Williams, I'm the Director of the Government Relations Division for the Office of the Public Defender, and I am here today in full support of HB 1199, as we see this bill as an important component to continued efforts to eliminate the devastating impact of criminal justice-related fines and fees for lower-income individuals and communities. Unfortunately, undue financial hardships have unfairly impacted generations of individuals and families for nearly as long as the criminal justice system has existed. It was only in 1971 that Maryland created the Public Defender's Office to assist indigent individuals facing criminal prosecution with the assistance of counsel, a necessary yet small step to aid Marylanders experiencing financial strain. And several years ago, our agency eliminated the fees associated with obtaining public defender representation, and we have also fought vigorously to help eliminate fees associated with pretrial supervision. Maryland must do more to address the historically embedded and vast pathways that continue to cripple indigent individuals and families within the criminal justice system. And so we are in full support of this bill to evaluate and assess ways to do that, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Now let's try Nicole Hanson-Mundell, please. Nicole Hanson-Mundell. She's still connecting to audio. Nicole, okay. Are there questions for this panel? Delegate Fisher, Juanita Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Wells, for bringing this important legislation. I'm not sure if this is more appropriate from maybe Ms. Williams or Mr. Dews, but I'm always struggling with the financial burdens and injustice in our system. But if you all had to pick out a state that you feel like does that balance well, what state would you all think that is? or one that's closer to it than us, in your opinion?
I'll pass that to Crystal first, and then I'll take a stab at it.
Oh, I was actually going to defer to you, Christopher. So I actually haven't studied like cross-jurisdictional fees associated with the criminal justice system, but I know that that's something we can absolutely look into. If Mr. Dews doesn't have an answer right today, I think it's definitely worth looking at what other states we can look to, and hopefully this work group will do that as well.
Yeah, I honestly, that is the point of the work group. I would say that New York has been pushing legislation in this direction. I think Michigan as well, California and Washington have been pretty progressive on these issues. I don't mean that in the political sense, but just in the sense of trying to study what the impact has actually been. There's a woman named Priya Sarathi Jones of the Fines and Fees Justice Center. We've been having lots of conversations about this, but I do believe that we can get you a more clear answer if I wanted to be definite on like what specific policy proposals we could take from them. I just know New York right now seems to be leading in this conversation as to how do we ensure that lower income persons are not unduly impacted with a variety of fines and fees, specifically when it comes to things like home detention. Illinois is also pretty good in that direction as well. So it's kind of a scattershot, depends on the fines and fee, depends on if it's a court administrative cost or if it's parole or probation. Every state does things differently. And so what our issue is that in the state of Maryland right now, we don't really have a lot of open data that people can look at and examine to see how it's actually impacting specific demographics.
That was a valiant effort to give Nicole the opportunity to get on the line. I don't think she is here. We're sorry about that. But that concludes the testimony for House Bill 1199. And we thank you all very much for speaking to us today on that bill. Delegate Cham,
Yes,
also.
thank you.
Delegate Cham.
Sorry, I just had a question for the bill sponsor. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing forth this and hanging out with us today in Judiciary. Just a simple question. The bill mentions it's going to target low-income residents. Is there a metric for who, as far as a salary range and who this will kind of, did I miss that somewhere?
So the bill, it'll look at it fines and fees comprehensively. But we know that folks that are low income, I believe that most likely they'll probably use the AMI or the federal poverty level to determine that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, we thank you all very much. Again, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 1199. And we're going to go now to House Bill 518, Delegate Williams, with Joseph Griffin and Soretta Lee, who are going to testify. We'll hear from the delegate for 3 minutes, the witnesses for 2. And Delegate Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Moon, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. I'm Delegate Williams testifying today in favor of House Bill 518, also known as the Register of Wills Maximum Salary Increase. This legislation would simply raise the ceiling for the maximum annual salary that the Board of Public Works can set for the Register of Wills. The Register of Wills provides essential services to our communities by having jurisdiction over judicial probate, administration of estates, and the handling of the conduct of personal representatives. There has not been an increase in the salary offered to the Register of Wills since before the COVID-19 pandemic. As their salary currently stands, a Register of Wills may not earn more than $124,500 in 1 year. And this bill would simply raise this amount, give it a small 17% increase in that salary. By increasing the salary of the Register of Wills, we can ensure that positions in this important public administration role remain sought after, and that those who are currently employed receive competitive pay in relationship to other Register of Wills in other states nearby, such as Virginia and DC. In addition, an increase in the salary shows our recognition of their hard work and the critical role that they play in our communities. And so for these reasons, I urge this committee to give a favorable report to House Bill 518.
All We'll hear now from Joseph Griffin, please, for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am the Register of Wills for Montgomery County. The Register of Wills maximum salary of $124,500 has fallen behind the salaries of other judiciary positions. Since 2018, the salaries for judiciary employees has increased a total of 16.5%, with another 3% coming in July. Registers make less than judiciary assistant administrators, and there are now over 30 judiciary job classifications with higher top salaries than some of the registers. The Register of Wills in Maryland earn less than the Register of Wills in our neighboring jurisdictions, including Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C. For the foregoing reasons, the Register of Wills respectfully requests the salary ceiling adjustment to a maximum of $146,500, which is an increase of 17.7%. Now, the salary increase would bring the Register of Wills into the average salary range already being earned by assistant administrators in the judiciary, and the increase is in the ceiling and not the actual salary for each register, which is set by the Board of Public Works. The increase in the salary would not affect the budget because we are self-funded through the taxes and fees which we collect. And the increase in the salary ceiling has bipartisan support and received a unanimous approval from the Senate Judiciary Committee, and also has the support of the Maryland Comptroller, Peter Francho, because we are under the Comptroller for our salary and fiscal needs. For these reasons, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 518, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We were looking for Sarita Lee, and she was there, now is not there. So there's a question, but I see Sarita Lee coming back in, so we're all trying to be so helpful today. Sarita Lee, please, for 2 minutes. Can you hear me? There we are. All right.
There we are.
Go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the committee. Delegate Williams. Can you all hear me? Okay.
You need to turn off the YouTube link. Close the YouTube link. There's a question, but I see Sarita Lee coming back in, so close the YouTube link. Sarita Lee, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to members of the committee and to Delegate Williams for sponsoring.
There we are. All right.
There we are.
Go ahead for 2 minutes.
A minute out. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Delegate Williams. Can you all hear me?
No, it's not. You need to turn off the YouTube link. So YouTube link. There's a question, but I see Sarita Lee coming back in, so close the YouTube link. Okay. Sarita Lee, please, for 2 minutes.
Sarita, turn off your YouTube link.
I need to turn off my YouTube.
Yes.
There we
are. All right.
Cut it off.
You hear me okay? A minute out.
Cut the YouTube link off.
Yeah, we can.
Can you?
You need to turn off the YouTube link. So YouTube link.
Mr. Chair, I move for in-person hearings.
I think we'd still have to tell people to turn off the YouTube link sometimes, but it's been part of the adventure, hasn't it? I know this part of it I won't necessarily miss. And I'm not making light, Ms. Lee is falling victim of what so many of us have had to deal with during the time of Zoom. And so, yeah, I think my favorite part is that very quickly, my favorite part was was that it started feeding back onto itself. I think it might have been an interesting piece of artwork the dulcet tones of the chair of judiciary over and over again about a YouTube link. It's modern art. Well, now that we've killed enough time, let's see if Miss Lee is available. Let's try this again. Miss Lee, can you unmute yourself? Oh dear. Oh.
Right, you're not muted now.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay, good. I apologize.
Just 2 minutes now, 2 minutes.
Talk very, very fast. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello to members of the committee, and thank you, Delegate Williams, for sponsoring this bill. As my colleague has said, the Register of Wills, we have had a salary increase. And I want to say that the registers fall under the judiciary system, which is a part of the comptroller. We fall under the comptroller for our fiscal needs. We are self-funded through the fees and taxes that we collect in our office, and we turn over approximately $58 million to the general fund annually. We do approximately 34,000 new proceedings a year. We establish over 14,000 court hearings, and we receive 700,000 filings and pleadings. And even during COVID, due to time-sensitive issues, even though we were closed to the public, we still took care of the citizens of the counties. So I thank you for your opportunity, and I do apologize for the technical difficulty. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we appreciate your testimony. Now there are questions, though. Delegates Grammer, then Cox, then Bartlett. Delegate Grammer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the gentleman. So anytime we make an appropriation, we have to keep in mind where that comes from and our inability to decrease the burden on taxpayers. One of the big initiatives I've been trying to work on is reducing the tax burden on Maryland's retirees, as I think it's a real detractor for people to retire and stay in Maryland. So can you tell me why we should raise your pay 17% as opposed to making a cut to the taxes that Maryland's retirees pay?
Well, this doesn't have anything to do with retirement taxes. Most estates, the taxes we collect are estate taxes. They're inheritance taxes. Most people are exempt from taxes. Most of our estates don't pay any taxes. For instance, it depends on who is receiving from an estate as to what the tax, if there is a tax. So if money is left to the immediate family, to parents, to children, to grandchildren, to brothers and sisters, anyone, there's no taxes. The only time there is a tax is if it's left to someone outside the immediate family who is not a 501c3.
I understand that. I was just asking a more general budgetary question because we never seem to be able to give relief to the people that need it, but I appreciate the answer.
Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of along that line, Mr. Register of Wills, although there might not be a tax, there's actually a probate fee that everybody pays, depending on the percentage and the amount that is tacked on, the filing fees, et cetera. And I'm concerned, what's the sheriff of Montgomery County paid right now? Do you know?
I don't know. The sheriff and the state's attorney, their pay is actually through the county. I know it's considerably higher than our pay.
I was curious because it says, I mean, I just Googled and I don't know if this is accurate, but it says 125,500 for the sheriff of Montgomery County. I know the deputy sheriffs are between 30,000 and 58,000 a year in my county. And obviously they do a lot, going in the line of duty. But I think the concern though with time, we actually, tax people 4 times when they die in Maryland. And between the estate tax and the inheritance tax and the probate fees and the other transfer fees and such, it can get burdensome for even small estates. So that would be my concern. And I heard the other register mention that the salary is paid out of, it's self-funded out of your funds. Is that my understanding? Is that accurate?
That is correct. I'm sorry to read it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
true.
Okay, so yeah, I would like to see us get back to more, and this isn't against you or anything. I mean, you know, it's just more of a policy issue. I'd like to see Maryland have seniors retire here. They're all going to Florida where there's no tax and no estate fee. So thanks so much.
I would like to point out, you were mentioning about the small estate fees, that we have introduced legislation this year that would remove any small estate fees. So any small estate would not pay any fees if our legislation went through, because we actually collect over 90 million and we turn over, after paying our operating expenses, we turn over 58 million to the general fund for the state.
One bill at a time, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know how you prefer us to ask questions. May I recognize a very good family friend of mine, please, and say hello?
That is a question. So yes, you may do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you think you can do that as part of an answer to this question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I wanted to.
You were supposed to end that in a question saying, I think so.
I think I can.
And then you can, yeah.
Okay.
All right. And I apologize to everybody watching. Yep. Okay. Got to bring it back, put it back together here in a moment. All right. Delegate Bartlett, go ahead.
All I wanted to do was say hello to Miss Sarita Lee, a very good friend of my family. And my mother says hello, Esther Gray.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very, very welcome. Wow. Delegate Juanita Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's so good to see Ms. Lee here with us, even though I actually do have a question. And this is for either of of the panelists. Is there a residency requirement with your employment? Like, you have to live in the county that you're in? That's my first question. And the second question is, do you believe that the increase would help? I know, like, for example, rural counties and more mid-sized counties have a hard time sometimes with recruiting and talent in different positions that we have. So I just wanted to know if there was a residency requirement, and then if you feel like the salary increase would help in recruiting, in the fact that you two are both big jurisdictions, right? Montgomery County and Prince George's. And this bill would affect all of your colleagues around the state. So that was my question.
I'll let you handle that, Joe.
Okay. Actually, you have to be a resident of Maryland to run for this office, but it doesn't say that you have to live in a particular jurisdiction to run in that jurisdiction. Although I can't imagine getting elected in a jurisdiction other than the one that you're a resident. And I do think it would probably attract better quality persons to the job. These jobs are full-time. And it says in the code in Estates and Trust 202 that you are not allowed to have any other employment. So we currently have a number of registers who are attorneys, and it specifically says you are not allowed to practice law. So these salaries are low for an attorney. And so I do think it would be attractive to more qualified candidates.
And if I could just also add, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, that the amount that's stated in the bill is a ceiling. The Board of Public Works has a tendency to do a sliding scale with regards to the dollar amount that is paid based on the jurisdiction. So I just also wanted to add that.
All right. Are there further questions for the panel? All right. Seeing none, we thank you all very much. And that concludes the testimony for House Bill 518. We move from the Register of Wills to the clerks. And we're
Thank
going
you.
to hear, no problem. we're going to hear from Delegate Williams.
Yes. Okay.
Hold on one second. We're going to hear from Delegate Williams. Then we're going to hear from Mahassan El-Amin, Scott Poyer, and Sandra Dalton, I think in that order. So we will go ahead. Delegate Williams for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello again to the members of the House Judiciary Committee. I'm Delegate Nicole Williams, testifying today in favor of House Bill 519, also known as the Circuit Court Clerk Salary Increase. This legislation would provide for an increase in the maximum annual salary that the Board of Public Works may set for our Circuit Court clerks. Our circuit court clerks provide an essential service in the judiciary system here in the state of Maryland. On a yearly basis, our clerks keep records of filings and issue court documents for approximately 200,000 new cases per year, as well as recording over 700,000 documents and land records, issuing 50,000 business licenses, and issuing 30,000 marriage licenses. But despite the wide range of responsibilities that our circuit court clerks hold, the maximum salary that they are eligible for has basically fallen behind that of similar positions here in Maryland. Since 2018, the maximum salary offered to other judicial employees has increased 15.5%. And in some cases, the circuit court clerks are earning less than those working for them. The maximum salary, which stands at $124,500, is less even when compared to similar positions in neighboring states. For an example, a circuit court clerk in Virginia can earn up to $150,273, and those in the District of Columbia can earn up to $183,300. There is a clear and stark difference between what the circuit court clerks here in Maryland earn and what they deserve. Therefore, the proposed increase to $146,500 in this bill is still less than all of our neighboring jurisdictions, but is beyond reasonable given the important role that they serve within our community. And for these reasons, I urge this committee to give a favorable report to House Bill 519.
All right, Mahassan El-Amin, the clerk for Prince George's County.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger and Vice Chair Moon and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 519. I would also like to thank Delegate Williams and Crutchfield for sponsoring this bill. For the record, my name is Mahassan El-Amin, the clerk of the Circuit Court for Prince George's County. My testimony today is on behalf of the Maryland Circuit Court Clerks Association, which represents the 24 elected clerks in the state of Maryland. Our Clerks Association is seeking an increase in the salary cap for the elected clerks. As you're probably aware, the legislature adjusts the maximum salary cap, but the actual salaries are set by the Board of Public Works. Today, we are asking that you raise the salary cap to a total of $146,500. So that's the top salary that a clerk can earn. Not all clerks will receive the highest salary. The actual salary that is set by BPW is based on the size of each jurisdiction, which are identified as large, medium, and small. Currently, there are 5 large jurisdictions, and that's Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Montgomery, and Prince George's County. There are 6 medium large jurisdictions, and those are Carroll, Charles, Frederick, Hartford, Howard, and Washington counties. 6 medium jurisdictions, and those are Allegheny, Calvert, Cecil, St. Mary's, Wacomico, and Worcester. And the 7 small jurisdictions include Caroline, Dorchester, Garrett, Kent, Queen Anne's, Somerset, and Talbot. By law, the clerks cannot receive a cost of living rate raise or any other interim pay adjustments. Our salary is only set every 4 years in accordance to the Maryland Constitution, which requires that our salary may not be changed during each term of office. The clerks have received the support from Chief Judge Getty and Pamela Harris, the State Court Administrator, in our request to increase the salary cap for the elected circuit court clerks. It should be noted that the clerk's budget is part of the judiciary's budget, additionally cross-filed with the Senate Bill 74, which passed. My colleagues will discuss the comparable salaries for other similar positions and the services that the clerks perform for the citizens of Maryland. Our association requests the committee issue a favorable report, and thank you for this opportunity to comment, and I will be available for questions.
Scott Poyer, the clerk for Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chairman Moon, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 519. For the record, my name is Scott Boyer, Clerk of the Circuit Court for Anne Arundel County, testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Circuit Court Clerks Association. As my colleague stated, we are requesting the legislature increase the salary cap for the elected clerks because we have fallen behind. We have fallen behind the similar officials in the region. Since 2018, the Maryland judiciary employees have received a 16.5% increase in their salaries, along with cash bonuses, which the elected clerks are not eligible to receive. Circuit court clerks now make less than the court administrators who work in the same courthouse, averaging approximately $144,000 in large jurisdictions. Clerks make less than the judiciary assistant administrators, who average approximately $146,000. In fact, there's now over 30 judiciary job classifications with higher top salaries than the lowest paid clerks. Circuit court clerks also earn less than other officials in the region that have similar jobs. The District of Columbia Superior Court clerk averages $183,000. Circuit court clerks in Virginia, $150,000. And the circuit court clerks are not asking for the highest level in the region of $183,000. We are asking for a cap that is approximately the midpoint of the salaries that are already being earned by officials in similar positions as ours. Our association asked the committee for a favorable report for HB 519, and we would like to thank Delegates Williams and Crutchfield for sponsoring this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Sandra Dalton. Sandra Dalton. No.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. 2 minutes. Please.
Sorry, that mute button gets me every time.
Yeah, tell me about it. Two minutes, please.
Thank you. Greetings to all. Thank you, Chairman Clippinger and the members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 519. I know you've heard a lot of this, but for the record, my name is Sandra Dalton, Clerk of the Circuit Court in Frederick County, Maryland. My testimony today is on behalf of the Maryland Circuit Court Clerks Association, which represents the elected clerks of the circuit courts. Try saying clerks of the circuit courts 5 times and you'll find out that that's difficult also. We are requesting that the legislature does raise the salary cap for the elected clerks of the circuit court. And in addition to the wonderful explanations that Delegate Williams stated, I would just like to also point out that we perform all the duties of all of the other courts in addition to just recording the filings and issuing the court documents. For approximately 200,000 new cases every year, we also perform duties that the other courts do not. This includes the recording of land records, 700,000, business licenses, 50,000, marriage licenses, 30,000. We didn't get a count on how many civil marriage ceremonies we perform, but Frederick County did 13 on 2/22/22, and Anne Arundel did, I believe, 84 on 2/22/22. That was for 3 employees in his office, so they were busy all day. In addition, we administer the oath of office to our elected officials and our judges. The circuit court clerks are no longer a fee-based office, but if you take our salaries out of here, I think that you would see the $400 million that we collect in fees that fund the state, county, and local governments every year is quite a lot of money. I would also add that approximately 90+% of those monies come from the money we collect in the land record recording area. Circuit court clerks employ 1,477 employees, which is well over 1/3 of the positions in the judiciary. And the winner is Mahassan's County in Prince George's for having over 300 employees. The clerks are the behind the scenes group of people, but we have an important role in people's lives. I am proud to say that the clerks kept their offices up and running throughout the COVID pandemic. We saw traits in our staff we didn't know existed. The ability to work from home and print to the courthouse is a wonderful piece of technology. So we ensured that all of our functions were continued to be performed.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I ran out of time.
That's all right. Thank you very much. There are
Thank you.
questions from Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the confusion. So I was reading the fiscal notes on these, and these do indeed come from the general fund. Can someone tell us what the average pay for a clerk is? Since we're talking about the scaling of the maximum, what is the average pay?
I believe I can take that one, Delegate Grammer. So as Clerk Mahasan El-Amin mentioned, that there are 4 levels. And so the average for those 4 levels would be approximately today about $115,000.
So on average, a clerk makes $115,000 with the maximum scaling. Okay,
Today.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make a point of clarification?
That's fine.
I just wanted to correct my colleague in terms of, I don't have the largest court. That belongs to our dear friend Marilyn Bentley in Baltimore City with 300 employees. I have 204.
Thank you.
Kind of what I actually wondered about that. Okay. I don't see any further questions. And so with that, that concludes the testimony for House Bill 519, and we thank you all very much. All right, committee, I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. We have Delegate Adams coming next. There he is. And his bill is House Bill 1309. We'll hear from Delegate Adams for 3 minutes and Catherine Howard for 2. Then there's a witness in opposition. But I leave that to the vice chair, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you very much. Delegate Adams, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. House Bill 1309 is landlord and tenant repossession for failure to pay rent procedures. A couple things. First, this bill passed the House of Delegates in a similar format as a local bill a few years back. The principle of the bill is honorable to the tenant, so I'd ask you to hear me out on that and share why the bill's here. The bill has nothing to do with what happens prior to an eviction, either the day before or 2 weeks before. The bill has nothing to do with notification. This is when and after the eviction has occurred, and so we're clear on this. The current procedure when there's an eviction is the tenant has to vacate the premises, and then all the personal belongings get removed from the premises and usually put out on the street, normally in a pile. And at best, a municipality or local government will come through and cite the landlord and give them a certain number of hours or days to clean the property up, or the property gets pilfered by other folks that live or travel in the area. And I would argue that that is a humiliating experience, not only for the tenant who's leaving the house in that scenario, but also the landlord who has little interest in taking personal property, putting it out on the street, watching rain, watching people take the property. And so this bill simply says that there is a better way. And that is that when the eviction occurs, that we lock the door, and that the property that has not been taken out at that point in time almost never is taken out at that point, and that we leave it to the landlord at that point to dispose of property in a more responsible way for the benefit of all parties. There is one statement I'll make to you, and that is the Public Justice Center seeks to kind of go before the day of eviction, talk about notice. Just so we're clear, a lot of notice bills came through last year. Like them or not, they're there, and they give the tenant plenty of notification. And then secondly, and more important, is that they're saying that Maryland renters deserve a reclaim period after the eviction occurs. And I would disagree with that on principle, but on practice, if there's an eviction that happens and there's property in the house and somebody came back the day after and said, look, I want this, that, and the other, certainly the landlord would prefer that it be removed in that fashion as opposed to having to pay to remove and take the landfill that property. So what does the bill do? It is a more responsible and I'd argue humane way to deal with evictions. We're not here to argue whether evictions should occur or not. They do happen, unfortunately. These are the outcomes, and that the landlords, I believe, are in this bill helping tenants through a difficult process by doing it in the most humane way possible. I could go further, but I know I'm being time limited, and I do not see o'clock. So the last comment I'll make is I saw some commentary from the Maryland Judicial Conference. Certainly, we're open to negotiation on what the bill looks like and would yield to the committee for any improvements that they feel are necessary. With that, Vice Chair Moon and committee, I will stop and thank you for the opportunity to bring House Bill 1309.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Catherine Howard for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name's Kathy Howard. I am General Counsel of Regional Management, Inc. in Baltimore City, and I am co-chair of the Maryland Multi-Housing Legislative Committee. I would just want to say a little bit about the fact that this has been an incredible success story in Baltimore City. Baltimore City has had this particular kind of statute since 2007, and it was an agreement between the Public Justice Center, the legal aid, and a number of other advocacy groups, as well as landlords and the sheriff's office. This bill is an excellent bill that should be a statewide bill because it adds clarity and transparency to the eviction process. The highlighted area of the bill, as far as I am concerned, is on page 2, lines 9 through 12, which talks about the posting of the premises and the mailing to the tenant to give them an exact date of when their eviction is going to take place. Right now, there is no law other than in Baltimore City that tells the tenant exactly when their eviction is supposed to be scheduled. And that gives them absolutely no clarity of when they need to be out, when they need to redeem their property. And this bill takes care of that very serious problem. And that is something that if there is nothing else that we do for tenants and landlords and the sheriff's office this entire session, this bill is the bill that really takes care of some of the most traumatic parts of the eviction process. As the sponsor said, evictions aren't going to go away, but on the other hand, if we can do something that takes some of the stress out of it, this bill really, I think, would do that. It specifies exactly when the eviction is going to take place, makes the landlord give that information to the tenant. The landlord also is responsible for taking care of the abandoned property, so it does not go out on the public street or go into any other municipal functioning property where there's some tax that, or not tax, but property expense to the community, and it leaves the sheriff. Okay, it is also helpful to the sheriffs because they have the ability further on in the bill to go back to court if there is any question about whether or not the landlord properly gave the notice. It is a very good, comprehensive bill. We would ask you for a favorable report.
All right, we've got Delegate Cardin and Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Howard, for being here, and thank you, Delegate Adams, for introducing the legislation. Ms. Howard, you indicated that this is already law in Baltimore City. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has it been successful in Baltimore City? I mean, you've indicated it has. Has there been? Well, let me ask this way: have there been any cases where there have been complaints that people couldn't get to their stuff afterwards because they weren't allowed back in, or have they figured out ways to handle that situation?
I think that there is nothing in that law that specifically talks about a reclamation period. There is a bill over in the Senate right now. It's an Anne Arundel County local bill. It's Senate Bill 347. This bill would essentially encompass that bill, I think. But that bill has a reclamation period, or we're talking about a reclamation period in that bill. In Baltimore City, it's been left up to the landlord and the tenant to sort of work that out on their own. Certainly, if there is something that we can do to make that happen in this bill, we're certainly open to that.
And one of the things that you started to mention when you were running out of time was that there's a cost to the city to have to remove lots of debris and other stuff from the public right of way. And then what this would do is this would put the onus and the cost on the landlord. Is that correct?
That's correct. And,
Okay.
and I have to say that in Baltimore City, when this bill passed, they were spending probably $800,000 a year removing eviction chattels from public streets and public alleys. And that absolutely stopped. That expenditure absolutely stopped when the bill passed. And that is has been picked up by the landlords because they are responsible for disposing of it. But that we thought was a small price to pay for making sure that both the communities that we're in are always looking good without any of those eviction chattels on the streets. And we also think that it makes a huge amount of difference with regard to the stress and some of the confrontational aspects of evictions for people to have that advanced notice of exactly when it's going to happen.
And my last question is, when this bill passed for the local bill for Baltimore City, the reason I think all the advocates, that's the Public Justice Center and Legal Aid and other folks, I think that are testifying against it this time, but when they testified all in favor of the bill because of the notice requirements, right? And they gave very specific notice requirements. Is there something different about this statewide bill as to why they would have changed their position?
This bill is patterned, it looks to me verbatim from the Baltimore City Article 13 law that they supported at the time. I think that to some extent, some of, times have changed. We've learned a little bit more. And I think that, and as in Anne Arundel County, the sheriff's office was interested in having some period of time that there would be an allowable reclamation period. We have made a proposal on that in the Senate that follows essentially the Prince George's County law, which has a 4-hour reclamation period after the eviction takes place for the tenant to come back and take their belongings that are in or on the property. And we can certainly talk about that, but originally, all of the advocacy groups that I can tell you that I understand are opposing today were in favor of the Baltimore City bill.
Okay. And we can talk about reclamation amendments if necessary. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had tried to do this exact thing in Baltimore County, and I ran into a lot of the same problems. For the bill sponsor, did you say this had moved? This bill had moved previously? Did I mishear that?
Well, Delegate Cardin was bringing up a compelling conversation that caused the problems for us in the Senate a few years back. This was a Wicomico County bill.
Yes.
Back. So we got local support up and down the line, and it passed the House the way that we intended. In the Senate, they adopted amendments that added time after the eviction. We're not talking about just hours, we're talking days. And the case that we were trying to make at that point is, well, all you've done at that point is you've moved the eviction date further out. So the eviction's not actually the eviction. So the point being is that this bill, and I started off by saying in my testimony that this bill is not about what happens prior to eviction day. This is what happens at and after the eviction day. The legislature last year, Delegate Grammer, as you know, had a series of bills that created timelines and responsibilities on landlords that give tenants every opportunity. But there is this end of those periods, and this bill attempts to, frankly, give a pro-tenant aspect to the scenario. If somebody has never experienced an eviction, conducting it or being an unfortunate participant in it, these are difficult at best scenarios. And this idea of which we're trying to fix is watching a family outside while the furniture and the clothes and the food and everything gets put out on the street.
Right.
Is just absolutely, in my humble opinion, the reason why the bill exists, because there's a better way. If Kathy's talking about having a few hour period after the eviction date to remove some personal belongings and thus and such, I could, generally understand why that's necessary, because frankly, it happens now. The eviction happens at, like, say, 1 o'clock on Wednesday, and it may take the landlord a couple hours to clear out the property. Well, that couple hours ultimately is where the family finds someone who's got a vehicle, or, maybe they take some furniture with them, maybe they take the clothing with them. And I'll stop short by saying that what Kathy's talking about, I think would be a general compromise, in so much as we're talking about a few hours and not days, which is where I think the difference in policy is from where you were at a few years ago.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the current process is a disgrace, and I can't believe we're still doing this in 2022. Can you tell me, can you outline what the process is now for the removal of the personal property and how your bill changes that?
All right. So when so I'm a landlord. All right. So these are things I do personally when it comes to that, because if somebody's able to pay, I want to be able to, as the owner, be there. But in that scenario, the sheriff's there primarily to facilitate the eviction, to have the person leave the premises. We will go about the process of putting new locks on the doors. And then, as a rule of thumb, we have a handful of our employees that will remove the furniture. Some of it's very heavy, televisions, tables, again, food, clothing, you name it, toys, thus and such. And they get put literally out on the street. The idea about putting it on the street is to make it at least close enough for someone to pick up the material from a car without having to walk back and forth from the door and back. And so that takes the landlord, on average, I would say, hour, maybe two, depending on how many people are there. And the sheriff normally, in my experience, leaves right after the eviction is conducted and the person has left the premises. They're gone, and now you're left with the landlord and the tenant. And not 100% of the time, but on occasion, these are testy conversations. I don't mind saying it's the nature of what this is. And so the bill, if you're asking why the bill is being brought, is because it creates a degree of finality to the process. But I think the landlord would much rather, Delegate Grammer, say to a tenant, okay, if you wanted to come back and pick up the television, or there's clothing, so it took maybe 2 or 3 trips to do such a thing, well, then why not? But how it's done now just invites it, because we've seen this as well in the city of Salisbury. The property's vacated, the materials are left out on the street, and literally the code enforcement puts a citation sign right on the house and basically gives us hours. I'm just saying, you remove that property within a certain period of time, else we'll do it for you at an expense. Now, I can't imagine what goes on in Baltimore City and how a bill like this isn't already in place, but in the rural parts of the county, even especially in the municipalities, they have zero interest in watching this furniture and clothes be on the street. So yes, if you and I were to sit down today and have an honest conversation about how we do evictions, then this is the bill. I mean, this is the bill that makes it far more responsible. And by the way, landlords are asking for this bill, but frankly, if the tenants, if put to the question, I think they would prefer this to be that this would be the procedure that they would prefer. So thanks for the question.
Yeah, just for clarification though. So I really in the county, it's terrible because what happens is you have a row home community and there's no room to put anything. You might have 25 foot of space to eject an entire property, and it's on the sidewalk, it's on the street, it's in the yard. Other people are picking through it. So there's got to be a better way. But does your bill, does it allow for some of the property to remain inside the premises? How does your bill change things specifically?
The bill essentially allows the landlord to lock the door behind the evictions process. But I understanding Kathy has some compelling interests why we might allow a few hours of the tenant to remove their property. But think about this as well. The bill is pretty simple because we're talking about after the eviction, not before the eviction. And I know Kathy's saying there's notice And I get and understand that. And it's not hard for the landlord to comply with it. But think about property like that's been rented, like rent to own, couches, televisions,
Right.
sort of things. Don't you think that the more responsible path forward on that, at worst for the landlord, would be the tenant says, hey, look, this is a couch that I rented. This is a television, and this needs to go back to the company that I rented this from. Well, what do you think would happen there with this bill? I think it actually makes perfect sense. What happens now is the company that did the rental ends up seeing their material out on the street get ruined or stolen.
Right.
And what are they left? They're left closing out a contract, which means they're going after the person that signed the agreement. So there are a lot of things that play into this bill that this should be state law, and it's very responsible, and it's the right bill at the right time.
Hope we can work it out because the current process is terrible. Thanks for the bill.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. We have one witness signed up in opposition, Gregory Countess. And Gregory, you can unmute yourself when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Gregory Countess. I'm sorry, I cannot see the screen, so hopefully you can hear me. With Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, Maryland Legal Aid, excuse me, and we oppose this bill. 12 years ago, or excuse me, 10 years ago, this bill was introduced in the General Assembly, and the General Assembly rejected it. And for very good reason. Ms. Howard and I are old friends. We've been practicing law for a long time as opponents, but I think that she misremembers what happened with the Baltimore City bill. The Maryland Legal Aid did not support the bill in Baltimore City. And one of the reasons for it is because there was a bargain that was struck. The bargain was in exchange for notice to the tenant about the date of the eviction, the property in the unit, the apartment, would be declared abandoned at the time that the sheriff came in for the eviction. This bargain is a bad one, which is why we rejected it in regard to Baltimore City, and why we would urge that you reject it now. We represent over 5,000 tenants a year in landlord-tenant matters throughout the state, or at least we did last year. And we can tell you of countless stories in Baltimore City of persons who have had been evicted, who have been unable to get medicines, Bibles, important papers, all sorts of items because the property is locked inside. In fact, there was a story that appeared in the Baltimore Sun, I believe about 12 years ago, of a young lady and her young children who were in the bed. The sheriff came. The sheriff told them that they were being evicted. They attempted to gather a few of their belongings to take with them. The sheriff told them that they could not. And they were evicted with the clothes that were on their back in the wintertime. If you want to talk about humiliating and heartless, that's humiliating and heartless. And so we would urge you to, again, give an unfavorable report to this bill. Whether or not it's an incredible success story depends upon whether or not you're the person evicting or the person being evicted. If you're the person being evicted, this is not a success. This is a tragedy.
You're about at time.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Are there any questions for this witness? Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Countess, thanks for being here today. I've spent a lot of time looking through the foreclosure and eviction laws, and it's rough for everybody. But I have to agree with the bill sponsor. The process is just terrible. It is absolutely terrible, even for the tenant. the way our law is structured, that we just allow property just to be thrown out in the street. And that's what it is. And it doesn't serve the tenant, that's for sure. But the people that typically get lost in the whole situation is the rest of the community. And for, bigger single home communities, this is communities where houses are over $300,000 per house. It's not really a big deal. But for row home communities where life is just a little more tight, everybody's a little closer. When you have one of these evictions, it's not good for anybody. And the question I want to ask is there nowhere in the bill that we can't make a small change so that we can facilitate a more healthy transfer of a process that is really already extensively protracted in a way that is, frankly, much better for tenants?
Delegate Grammer, there is. And so if we go back to the Baltimore City bill, and in fact, even with the Wycomico bill that came up a few years ago, and we talked to the sponsor of that bill, a reclamation period, as it's being called now, or a period of time where the property is held in the unit and the tenant has access to it so that they can take it away, forbidding the tenant from, putting it out on the street. Those are things that we would agree with. But allowing the tenant to come back in to get, these items, we believe is imperative. And when that was taken out of the Baltimore City bill, we opposed it. And we will continue to oppose any bill that does not allow folks who are already harmed to reclaim at least a bit of their dignity by at least having their possessions. And in many cases, we represent very poor folks. And so you're talking about all the possessions they probably have in the world.
So that's something I can support. And to me, that sounds very reasonable. But here's the question. How long, we're going to put that in law, how long do they need?
Well,
and we're getting real close. We're getting real close.
Yeah, we're getting real close. We would say at the very least, it should be 24 hours.
Could you make the bill work if we gave you 24 hours?
Certainly. And I can tell you, I was at an eviction, as a matter of fact, about 2.5 years ago, where I had a client who was later diagnosed with schizophrenia and Alzheimer's. She just refused to accept the fact that she was being evicted. And she was. And we called the landlord. I negotiated with the landlord's attorney for 2 hours. And we finally got them to say yes, that her son could come in and get the stuff so that they could move it out and put it into storage. So yes, Delegate Grammer, that would work.
Okay. Well, I hope everybody can work together. We're really counting on you, Mr. Countess. I feel like we can bring this home if everybody works together. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And it looks like that's the end of the questions and testimony on House Bill 1309. We're going to go to House Bill 1049 from Delegate Cardin. And we have 5 witnesses favorable only. Robert Enton, Jody Friend, Michael Stein, Jason Weintraub, and Drew Jabin, in that order. So Delegate Cardin for 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. John Cardin on behalf of House Bill 1049, asking for your favorable report on it. And please don't hold it against me that Jason Weintraub is going to be testifying in favor of this bill. The bill modifies the trustees.
Robert Enton, Jody Friend, Michael.
That's not me. Somebody else needs to silence himself. Thank you. The bill modifies the Trust Act in that the trustees' removal and resignation, which was an issue that we dealt with last year, and it modifies it in that the procedures by allowing the trustee to seek release from liability from one or more interested parties rather than from each interested party, allowing for earlier distribution of the trust assets if those interested parties from whom release from liability is sought, each provides a written statement that they do not object to the said release, and limits the interested parties who must be involved in resolving the objection to those from whom the trustee sought release from liability. I can try and explain that even better, but I think that my witnesses will probably do a better job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We'll start with Robert Enton for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. You have our written testimony. For those of you who were on the committee in 2020, this was Delegate Cardin's bill at that time, and that was a bill that was put in at the request of banks. Banks act very often as trustees for estates, for trust, not for states, for trust. And this was a bill in 2020, as our written testimony says, which was designed to facilitate the situation where a trustee is no longer going to be serving as trustee, required for a very extensive and detailed notice to all the interested parties, 120-day waiting period. And if anyone objected, then everything was put on hold and you went to court. Now that we've dealt with this for, I guess, a year and a half, 2 years almost, we do have a clarifying bill that the delegate is kind enough to put in for us. And what this bill does is it says that the statutory release, it makes it clear, it only applies to interested parties of the trust to whom the notice was sent. Makes that clear. And it also says that an interested party would have the opportunity to waive the 120-day objection waiting period by sending the trustee a written statement of no objection. And that's really all the bill does. There is no opposition. We discussed this bill with the Estates and Trust section of the Bar Association. They think it's a good idea. They have no problem with it. I know they're not signed up today, but that's what they told us. I have two witnesses here on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association that are experts in this area. And we'd be happy to answer any questions the committee might have. We'd ask the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll have Jody Friend for 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm just here. I think Bob just said it well. I'm here to just answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you.
All right, and we've also got Michael Stein. You have the floor for 2 minutes if you'd like.
Yes, thank you very much. I also am here as Ms. Friend, just to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you very much.
All right, and we may not have Jason Weintraub or Drew Jabin. So
Jason is on testifying in another committee at this very moment, and Ms. Jabin just submitted, I think, the written. If she signed up oral, she didn't intend to testify.
okay, great. Are there any questions then for the sponsor or these 3 witnesses?
And Mr. Chair, there is written testimony that explains it pretty well, that is very understandable. So if anybody has any other questions.
All right, well, you're all off the hook then. Thank you. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1049.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to House Bill 1038 from Delegate Charles. And so why don't we start with Delegate Charles and the 2 straight favorables, Stuart Yasker and Makeda Henry Nicky. Wait, we might have to skip. We might not have Delegate Charles. Let me see. All right, let's, do we have Delegate Charles? No. All right. Do we have?
As of now, we do not have Delegate Charles in the waiting room. We've been trying to contact him and.
Okay. How about, do we have Delegate Kipke?
No, we do not. We just put in a call to Delegate Kipke to see if we can get him here now.
All right. Excellent. Delegate McComas, are you ready to go with yours?
Mr. Chair, I knew this was going to happen.
my witness. I said, you're at the bottom of the list, and he's out walking and so he's got to come up here, and no.
Okay, well, it's all right. I think I see
I
Delegate
mean,
here.
the minute you went down, oh my God, we're gonna get a call. Murphy's Law. I live by it.
You're
I'm gonna
okay.
die by it.
Delegate Kipke has
Okay.
arrived, so we
Yeah,
can.
Anyway, I'm sorry, but
No, you're good.
okay, thanks.
All right, let's see. Do we have? Yeah, there's Delegate Kipke. Delegate Kipke, I just noted that you have two bills and they have the same name. Did you want to take these together? They seem
Yes, please. Yes,
okay.
please.
All right, so we have Delegate Kipke with House Bill 965 and House Bill 1375, both dubbed Buddy's Law. I'm going to go ahead and call a few of the favorable witnesses on these bills. Larry Sanders, Kimberly Fullerton, and Carrie Hansel. If we have any of the three of them, we can go, but why don't we go ahead and get started with Delegate Kipke for a few minutes on these bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Presenting House Bill 965 and House Bill 1375. This is House Bill 965 is a reintroduction from prior years. Delegate Bartlett did it last year. Was happy to co-sponsor it with her, and I did it the year prior. The bills are introduced because I have a constituent, a family in my district. Larry Sanders should be on momentarily to testify. He'll tell his story, but these bills are introduced really to address an injustice, I believe, in our current laws and to remedy that. House Bill 965 increases the cap on the economic damages awarded to the owner of a pet. We don't have a cap on your car. Somebody takes a hammer to your car and destroys it, you can recover. But if somebody shoots your pet, your dog, and maliciously, there's a cap in the statute of $10,000. That cap, this bill would increase that cap to $25,000. Which, in Larry's situation, he really tried to save the life of his family pet and spent a fortune doing that. And unfortunately, Buddy didn't make it. House Bill 1375 is a little different. You'll see in the fiscal note that there was a pretty interesting appeals case that initially awarded someone whose dog was killed by a police officer. They awarded quite a lot of money to compensate them, and I believe the lawyer in that case is going to testify. But this bill would establish that in these horrible, heinous situations that someone can be provided that can be provided non-economic damages. I'd like now to just reserve any time that I have for my constituent Larry Sanders, who I see is on, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude and stay on to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Why don't we take Larry Sanders for 2 minutes?
Be sure to unmute, Larry.
All right, can everybody hear me? So on the evening of June 20th, 2018, my wife and I came home to our house in Pasadena and found that our dog Buddy had been shot with a BB gun. It ended up going to civil because obviously being that pets are considered property and not anything else, the police had a hard time even interviewing the suspects who shot Buddy. He was able to see the BB gun. He collected BBs. The BB was retrieved from Buddy during surgery. I spent almost $15,000 in vet bills, another $22,000 in attorney's fees that finally came to a conclusion after numerous waste of time settlement hearings that the court kept ordering over the last 3 years. And we finally did settle. I'm not allowed to say for how much, but it was substantially less than the $10,000 because at that point I was tapped out on how much money I could spend to bring justice to Buddy. And I think the courts need to do something different. I think the police need to have more leeway in being able to interview witnesses and, collect evidence and things like that. I still have his picture on my desk and it still hurts terribly. And now it's been, soon to be 4 years later. It just has brought total distraught to our family. And this is like the third time or so I've testified on this bill over since 2019, 20, 21, and now 22. It's really a no-brainer for the state. It costs the state nothing. I was really, put off because we have, a few judges that come into our place of business, and they flat out told me, no matter how much you spend, the most you're ever going to see is $10,000. Well, that doesn't even pay Buddy's vet bills.
You're about at time.
Thank you for hearing me. I hope for a favorable response from the committee. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kimberly Fullerton for 2 minutes, and then Carrie Hansel.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Fullerton, and I represent the Maryland State Bar Association Animal Law Section. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to reevaluate a law that is so out of line with modern society. The cap is an inadequate ceiling for the recovery of out-of-pocket expenses. And veterinary care is not discretionary, especially in an emergency. If your pet is injured or killed, your financial burden is immediate and significant. The cap is so low that it creates a chilling effect on litigation. So even after a favorable judgment, a plaintiff cannot receive compensation for expenses which exceed the cap, yet they will accrue legal expenses. Raising the cap does not encourage litigation or sway the scales of justice. Courts award damages to compensate a victim for an injury. And those damages will only be awarded if the plaintiff presents evidence and wins their case. So an award of damages should reflect the totality of the evidence presented. I'd also like to point out some anomalies in the law. In Maryland, pets are the only type of property with capped compensatory damages. Maryland has also already eliminated the cap for injury to service animals through criminal legislation. So last year, Maryland passed a law which criminalized intentional injury to a service dog. So the criminal law allows restitution for a wide scope of expenses, and there's no cap. So we've eliminated this cap in certain circumstances already. So same fact pattern in a criminal case, no cap, wide scope of recovery. But in the civil case, you would be limited by this $10,000 cap. The public opinion on this point is so clear, and our constituent voices are just getting louder. People love their pets. If someone attacks your pet, they should cover the vet bills. The Maryland State Bar Association Animal Law Section thanks this committee, and we ask for a favorable report.
All right, next we have Carrie Hansel for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate Moon. As members of the committee know, I'm a civil rights lawyer of 20 years in Maryland. The Reeves case that gave rise to this bill was my case. I currently in the office have 6 different dog shooting cases where dogs were shot. I have litigated to conclusion and appeals 2 others, including the Reeves case. I am here in my own right, but also on behalf of the Maryland Association of Justice to strongly urge a favorable report. In particular, I want to focus on House Bill 1375, which eliminates the $10,000 cap. Of course, it leaves those claims subject to all the other caps in Maryland law, and it only eliminates it for the very worst misconduct. So we are not talking about negligence that a vet might commit. We're talking about gross negligence, which is a very high bar. We're talking about intent, malice, and constitutional claims. Constitutional claims are already exempted under the Reeves case, and the Brooks v. Jenkins case. Malice is already exempted under Reeves, but we need to codify those because we don't include them in the statute. Someone will argue that was intentional, but intent rather, and gross negligence ought to be exceptions. Those are very high bars, and we're talking about the worst type of misconduct, intentional tortfeasors, and those that act with gross negligence, which is an intentional failure to perform a manifest duty in reckless disregard of the consequences and implies a thoughtless disregard of the consequences without the exertion of any effort to avoid them. That's the legal definition. Why is this so important now? The Department of Justice has held nationally that there is an epidemic of dog shootings in America by police officers. I looked at one jurisdiction in Maryland where I have a case and found that in a 10-year period, 27 dogs were shot by the department. Of those dogs shot, 20, or an average of 2 per year, had been shot on their own property and had not touched, bitten, or had any contact with another human being at all. So these are dogs touching no one in their yard, being shot and killed at the rate of 2 per year. That's one law enforcement agency in the state of Maryland out of the many dozens of agencies. In the Reeves case, where the court felt that its hands were tied, the Court of Appeals begged this body to make a difference. The explicit statement in that decision is the legislature may wish to amend the statute in order to allow other damages. There is a rare 15-page dissent by Judge Houghton in that case that talks about the love we all feel for our animal family members. And I would urge this committee to read that dissent and take it to heart. And please answer the call from the Court of Appeals, who are, after all, the judicial officers who are at the tip of this particular spear. Please answer their call, make this change that's reflected in 1375. And when the vets testify, understand that this is not directed at them. They are unfortunately, in my view, of the opinion that this might have some impact. It simply does not. This is malice. Thank you, Delegate Moon. This is malice and the worst type of misconduct, including gross negligence, and I urge a favorable report. I apologize for going over, Delegate.
No problem. Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been around for a bit, and it took us years to get the amount raised. And I think it was Delegate Bartlett maybe that got it raised to 10,000. But anyway, I had one of our vets in my jurisdiction that was very concerned about the bills, at least one of the bills. And obviously, you know, the vets are trying to keep the animals alive, they're not trying to harm them. So I guess my question to you is, do you think there's any back circumstances that a vet could be sued? Because what he was saying is, if these bills pass, we're going to lose vets, and we don't want to lose veterinarians.
Of course not, Delegate. And I'm the first to tell you, I have no interest in losing vets or suing vets. I love vets. Okay, so I wholeheartedly agree with you. And the bill is specifically designed to avoid liability for them. The vets who, you know, respectfully, I wouldn't know how to do their job, right? But they're also, I'm going to suggest to the committee, not lawyers. And maybe in reading this bill have concerns that I don't think are there. This sets a very high bar for terrible misconduct. Let's walk through the standards. First, for constitutional claims, you can't bring those against vets. Those can only be brought against the government, period. So that whole element of this is removed. In connection with intent, well, vets don't intentionally commit torts against animals. They're not intentionally hurting the animal. An intentional tort would be, you know, just cruelly deciding to choke the dog to death or something awful. I hate to even say it out loud because, of course, our vets wouldn't do that. And then we have malice. That's evil, ill will, rancorous motivations. That's how that's defined under law. Obviously, that is not our veterinarians. There's no chance, no one would even consider that that's the case. Finally, there's gross negligence. Now, I think that's what concerns them the most. But if they were to look at what our courts have ruled to be gross negligence, that bar is through the roof. It is not, there has never, to my knowledge, by way of example, been a gross negligence finding against a doctor in a medical malpractice case. Okay, so by way of example, There's never been any such thing. And I am not aware of a single, and I looked very hard because I knew this question would be asked. I'm not aware of a single gross negligence finding in the history of Maryland against a vet or against a doctor, associated obviously with the provision of care, right? In other words, we're talking about veterinary service or medical care. So that standard isn't met. Mere negligence or ordinary negligence is what a medical malpractice case is, and that is excluded. That is still capped. And although this does add non-economic damages, if you look at the statute and read it, it adds it in a way that shelters it under that $10,000 cap. So it makes absolutely certain that the claims that might be brought against vets are still capped at $10,000, and that is by design. And I would encourage the vets who have concern to reach out to me. And if there are edits that this needs, I'm not speaking on behalf of the sponsor, but as a lawyer, I would work with them because that's not the intent. But there are evil people in the world. And we do need some legislation that allows us. There are cases in Maryland, there's an unreported Court of Special Appeals case where the neighbor, because it didn't like the dog using the bathroom close to its yard, poisons the dog. That's what we're aiming at. We're aiming at just awful, awful circumstances. And this Reeves case would tear your heart out. My client in that case was a vet. This was his dog he bought to basically survive the trauma he had suffered fighting for our country. He took a year off to train it. It was the Maryland State dog, a Chesapeake Bay Retriever. It never bit the officer. The jury found that the officer lied about what happened, that the dog did not attack him. And he shot it twice when it was feet away from him at the time he pulled the trigger. The Maryland State dog right in Annapolis. I mean, it was horrible, horrible circumstance. And in order to bring these cases in that instance, we needed a veterinary expert. We litigated that for 5 years. And at the end of the day, the court said, it was before the 10,000. So the court said, here's a $7,500 cap for this show dog that the man spent a year training. And he was a vet. He described trying to save its life. He runs out, he sees the dog, and it's full of holes. And he holds his hands up like this. He shows the jury and he says, I knew what to do. I knew how to save a life because I've been there on the battlefield. And he starts putting his fingers in the holes in the dog so that it would stop the bleeding and that animal could maybe breathe. And he says he's covered in blood and he's doing this and he's in battlefield mode. And he looks at the jury and his eyes well up in tears and he holds his hands up and he says, I ran out of fingers. That's the case we're trying to provide some help for, not our vets.
And
I just have one quick question for Mr. Hansel. Because it is gross negligence or malicious, the guy can't bankrupt it out, but insurance isn't going to cover it either.
No, and that's a good thing. And here's why: because nobody's insurance rates will go up as a result of this bill. So you are absolutely right, Delegate McComas, but that's a good thing.
But I guess what I'm kind of saying is that what if the guy's kind of judgment proof? You know what I'm saying? That it's a tough.
That's the risk. That's the risk we take at the civil bar. And I will tell you, it's why, to my knowledge, there isn't another lawyer in Maryland who brings dog shooting cases. I do them because I'm an animal lover, and just like the vets you're going to talk to who are animal lovers, and I admire and respect their work. And so these are not cases where anybody who on either side of the case is making money. The people who do this work are do it for love. And we want to be able to make a difference, and we want to be able to discourage evil behavior. Right now, for $10,000, if you have $10,000 in the bank, you can do anything you want, no matter how evil or despicable it is, to your neighbor's dog. That's the reality. If you're a police officer, you can shoot a dog with really no consequences. And it's worse than that, because in truth, no lawyer will bring a case for $10,000. These are circuit court cases that go on for years. It's not worth it. You just heard from a witness who, if he knew where he was going to end up in that case, he probably never would have brought it because it's brutal, the litigation process. And so we need to do something to stop the worst behavior. And that's what 1375 is aimed at. Fooling around with whether it's 10 or 20 or 25, to be just blunt, it doesn't make a big difference, because no lawyer is going to take a case that he has to fight for 3 years that might need experts and everything else our clients went through. at 25. But House Bill 1375 will at least allow us to protect our animals from the worst of society. And that's all we want to do. It really is.
Ms. Fulton, I cut you off. I apologize.
Well, thank you. I was just going to tack on to Mr. Hansel's response. And while some defendants obviously are, as you said, judgment proof, I'd like to also think about the pet owners in an emergency situation as well. And they might not have the means or the finances to pay for the emergency treatment, but that's not going to be a deterrent and stop them from going to the vet and getting that care. And so many of the vets I know, they will just get to work. And just because their client doesn't have the money to pay the bill, they're not going to run the credit card before they go into emergency surgery or they get to work. Even when they know they're not going to get paid, sometimes they'll just do the best that they absolutely can. And so I look at this bill almost as an asset to the veterinary community, because if their client can't pay them, maybe the defendant can. And so maybe this is an alternative route of getting the vet paid too. And intent certainly is not to go after the veterinary community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, Delegate Cardin and then Delegate Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've answered all my questions. I'm interested to see what the veterinary community is going to say, because I know this is a big issue for them. And if you think you have properly guarded against exposing them, I'd be interested to hear how they respond. I guess I'm assuming we're talking about 1375. We're not talking about 965. Sounds like 965 is really needed, was rewritten to be 1375. It sounds like.
Yeah, it's 1375. And I did meet with the Association for Veterinarians in Maryland earlier today. And their concerns are obviously one we want to address, because we certainly don't want them wrapped up in anything that would cause them harm. And I do believe that they are coming with some amendments that we can review. Thank you.
All right, Delegate Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And this question is for the bill sponsor. I definitely also am looking forward to seeing what the veterinarian community have to say, because that can, obviously be an issue as it relates to trying to save a pet, but accidentally, injures, or cause death to the pet. But I have two questions. What if the tortfeasor acted in self-defense? How does this bill impact those who acted in self-defense, particularly if there's no, way to prove that, but the tortfeasor believed they were trying to save their life or life of like a child or something? How does that impact? How would this bill impact that?
Mr. Hansel or Ms. Fullerton?
I'm happy to pitch in.
If you
so
could
I've
keep this succinct, I'm sorry as well.
I'm sure, of
Yes,
course.
thank you.
Anybody who acts in self-defense has absolutely no liability. Period.
And do they have to, what is the mechanism for proving that? It may be a current law on that, but what is the mechanism for proving they acting in self-defense? Would they need cameras, or what would they need to do to show it was in self-defense and not just use their guns to shoot them or something like that?
Sure. So they just explain the situation. In other words, this only would come into play if there were a civil lawsuit. Mm-hmm. And in a civil lawsuit, they can testify and explain to the jury and offer whatever evidence they have. But typically in these cases, the evidence is extensive. When somebody needs to defend themselves from a dog, it's usually obvious, right? They've been bitten or chased around or, threatened. The dog usually has a history. It's usually very clear. These are not, middle of the road cases. They're usually very obvious. If it's a big, terrible dog attacking a child, of course, there's no liability and there shouldn't be any liability. And this doesn't change that. It doesn't add to it doesn't make a self-defense claim any harder. You just explain what happened. There are also already on the books in Maryland a variety of laws that provide for the destruction of animals if they're not registered, if they're attacking people, those types of things. So there is a variety of statutes also that people could rely on, but simply they'd have to be sued in as it relates to this for gross negligence, malice, intent, or constitutional violations, which are enormously high bars. And if they prove to the jury that the dog was attacking them, about to attack them, that they reasonably feared for themselves or the safety of another, then that would be a perfect defense and they would have no liability. And I will tell you that, nobody would bring that case anyway because there's no value to it.
And just to add on to that, it's also important to remember the starting point of the case is going to be with the plaintiff. And so the person who owns the dog is going to have to lay the foundation for their case. And so the self-defense issue you wouldn't even get close to having to raise a self-defense issue until the plaintiff had established their side of the case with evidence to even get in the door of the courthouse.
Right. That's how lawsuits usually start, is with the plaintiff, right?
Yep.
So yeah, but I just want to, I was in reading this, it looks like that this is new language going into the law saying that if they acted with gross negligence, intent, or malice. This is not the current law, correct? So this is new language. And I guess I just want to, I was wondering, I don't want to even use the word concern, but in looking at this with this new language being added, if you mentioned that the plaintiff basically has to say that someone, attacked or did something torturous to my dog or cat or whatever your animal could be, right? It could be a rabbit. And if the plaintiff decides I want to sue this individual, I wanted to get what that meant under this bill that's being proposed, because you could have, say, for example, neighbors that are not getting along and, and one neighbor fear for his life. And so there is, and decided that the dog, maybe came across the fence or did something to them. So there is a bit of a gray area here that I do think needs to be a little bit more clear, because as you indicated, someone could bring a lawsuit. So I just wanted to kind of figure out if the tortfeasor felt that their life was in danger or someone they loved or lived with was harmed. It could be an adult, may not need to be a child. What did that look like? So it gave me some perspective based off your answer, both of you all's answers. And then my second question is, what is the current law if the tortfeasor is not able to pay for, say they went to court, they were found guilty and had to pay a fine or a fee, and say if it was $5,000 or $10,000, what is the current law if they are not, to the bill sponsor, or I guess his designee, if the tortfeasor was not able to pay for the cost? Would there be a lien on their home? Will there be some bills sent to them? What is the outcome of that if they're not able to afford to pay for that fine?
Hansel or Mrs.
Sure.
Fulton?
Sure. So in an ordinary lawsuit, if there's a judgment rendered, and this would be no different, then the plaintiff has an opportunity to use a variety of mechanisms to try to collect. In some circumstances, yes, they can put a lien on someone's home or on their pay. However, the majority of the time, people do not sue folks on whose homes they're going to have to put liens and on whose pay they're going to have to put liens. The reason that is the case is because it is not typically economically feasible to bring a claim against somebody who doesn't have anything to begin with. That's the reality of lawsuits, for better or worse. So very rarely does that circumstance ever come up. But if it does, then somebody would have the rights that any other person in a lawsuit would have. But nothing about this adds or changes that. That's the case now, and that would be the case after this.
Okay.
And just to add on to that very quickly, you would just be throwing good money after bad with what this cap is. Even if it's at the 25,000, it wouldn't really make sense to hire a lawyer to establish that lien for such a nominal amount. And then in reflection of what you'd mentioned earlier with your concern with plaintiffs, it's also important to remember that Maryland is one of very few states in the United States where if a plaintiff is even 1% contributory to an accident or an injury, then that plaintiff cannot bring a lawsuit whatsoever. So if for any reason at all, the pet owner, the pet contributes to the accident, to the injury, to the death, then that's not getting into court.
Okay, well, I'm definitely interested in hearing, further testimony because, unfortunately, pets are, like, humans to some people, but they are considered chattel, right? So I'm just want to make sure that, a chattel doesn't impede the economic viability of, people's livelihood if they can't pay for this fee, because while it may be, the current law saying, oh, someone won't bring that, now you added these different, criteria to the bill, it could cause an increase in lawsuits in terms of, gross negligence is so broad. So just wanted to, put that out there and give the bill sponsor, something to think about as it relates to those unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair. Hi, I'm back again. So are there any questions for this panel? Right, seeing none, we thank you very much. We're going to do, I understand that these bills are being heard together. There's a set of witnesses, another set of witnesses that are on both bills, Bob Enton, Nancy Egan, and Jason Weintraub. They're in opposition to both bills. So we'll hear from them now, and then we'll hear from a last set of witnesses who are just in opposition to 1375. So for that, we will give people, let's see, we're still gonna give people 3 minutes because, well, no, we're gonna give people 2 minutes because I need to keep moving. Bob Enton for 2 minutes, please, on both bills, 965 and 1375.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Robert Enton on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurers Association. I found the testimony of the Maryland Association for Justice very interesting. I mean, this committee hears from the insurance companies all the time. You hear from the Trial Lawyers Association all the time. The notion that the trial lawyers are not bringing these suits because they don't think they'll make any money on it, to me, seems quite, frankly, in my mind, based on my experience, somewhat questionable. The notion that you now are going to be able to get unlimited damages if in fact you bring a suit and you allege these allegations, and the jury as a question of fact finds that you did or you didn't engage in this conduct, or maybe if you didn't engage in that conduct, it doesn't mean anything because they're still going to hit you over the head for the other damages to the maximum amount that they can. But if you get the right jury, you get the right questions and the right facts, maybe you can hit a home run with one of these cases, and that's what concerns us. As to 1375, you're opening up a whole new ball game, and I'm not aware that this is the law in any other state. Maybe it is, but I'm not aware. When the other bill, 965 or 965, that bill you want to raise the limit for the compensatory damages from 10,000 to 25,000. I would point out that we went back and looked, and when the law was first enacted, it was limited to 2,500. The law was revised. That was in, I think, 2000. 5 years later, it was revised from to 7,500, and then it was raised to 10,000. Now, 5 years after it was raised from 10 to 10,000, we're going to go to 25,000. That's a 250% increase in the amount. I've had pets. We probably all have pets. At one time, when I practiced law in Garrett County, I had 3 golden retrievers and 3 cats. I lived on a 75-acre farm. But I don't have them now. And we never have treated, and almost no other state treats these animals, with all due respect, like human beings. So I think our statute is very liberal in what it does allow, to open it up to these other damages and to increase the 10,000 to 25,000. It does not seem appropriate to us. That's why we're opposed.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Nancy Egan now, please. For 2 minutes. Nancy Egan, go ahead for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am also from the American Property Casualty Insurance Associations. I dispute the fact that someone of the prior panel said that it would not affect the cost of your insurance. The fact is that it's adding non-economic damages in the case of where we were awarding economic damages for veterinarian care. We would now include pain and suffering under that same section. So no longer is the cap just for veterinarian care, but it would also include pain and suffering. This would be something totally new in the state of Maryland. So it's not just, it's a two-part cap. There's a cap for non-economic damages in more negligent type suits. And then in gross negligence suits, then there would be an unlimited cap. And I don't think the prior panel made that clear. We are not aware of any states that permit non-economic damages. We are continually to talk about dogs, and I understand that because I'm a big dog lover myself. But this does not mean that other people could not say that something happened to their pet that could be a goldfish or their bird or their snake. It's a matter of perspective, and there's a reason for these lack of other states passing legislation for mental anguish for pets. And we hope that you'll continue to look at that issue. Thank you.
Are there questions for this panel? All right. Seeing none, we thank you both very much. And that would be the people who were signed up altogether for 965. There's still people that signed up for 1375. And so now we'll hear from the remainder of the unfavorables there. That's going to be Ginny Siller, Dr. John Brooks, Dr. Robert Silcox, Dr. Jennifer Kruger, and Kent McClure. And we'll also hear from Philip Goldberg. So we'll hear from the 6 of them. So I'll look to see who comes in the room first. Looking for Ginny Siller. Ginny Siller?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, for 2 minutes, please.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ginny Siller, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Animal Health Institute in opposition to HB 1375. AHI is a national trade association of manufacturers of animal health products, medicines, and vaccines. AHI's objective is to ensure the safe and effective supply of medicines that keep pets healthy and help them live longer lives. AHI opposes 1375, which allows for motion-based damages for injuries to pets for the following reasons. While this legislation may enrich a few human litigants, it will harm the health and welfare of pets by raising costs for all pet-related services. Pets will suffer the consequences when owners can no longer afford important pet care, products, and services because of increased liability costs that these damages will impose. The average pet owner has a limited amount of money that they can spend on their pets. And most veterinarians have seen a pet suffer or put down because the owners cannot afford the few $100s for the needed procedure. The unfortunate reality is that some pets will be euthanized rather than receive care due to the higher cost. Allowing emotion-based damages in pet litigation will push Maryland out of the legal mainstream. With near uniformity, courts and state legislatures have consistently rejected emotion-based damages in pet cases and have found there's no legal or public policy basis for allowing emotion-based liability in pet litigation. AHI appreciates the legislature's interest in advancing pet care and urges the legislature to focus on laws that advance, not hinder pet welfare. The primary concern with allowing non-economic damages for any reason, including when limited as in HB 1375, is the impact of such a change in the law will be felt most by the people who can least afford it. Pets do not get the money, and the money is not for their care. These awards should remain barred. In the interest of pet welfare, we urge you to oppose HB 1375. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. John Brooks, please, for 2 minutes. Dr. Brooks? Dr. John Brooks? All right, let's see if Dr. Silcox is here. Dr. Robert Silcox, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert Silcox. I'm a partner at Hickory Veterinary Hospital and have practiced veterinary medicine for over 20 years. During that time, I have also been on the board for the Harford County Humane Society and served as one of their volunteer veterinarians for over 10 years. I'm here to express opposition to House Bill 1375. I believe that interjecting non-economic damages into pet litigation will ultimately harm, not help, pets, owners, shelters, rescue organizations, and the veterinary industry as a whole. Adding non-economic damages will result in increased cost of veterinary care, increased malpractice insurance, and increased pet insurance. These costs passed along, ultimately making veterinary care unaffordable for a client and the individuals that this bill, I believe, is intended to help. Anything that adds cost will have an impact, and I don't support adding costs that are not related to providing patient care. We have numerous patients that we see on a regular basis that the client is taking money directly out of their pocket and making decisions about what they're going to afford for that month, whether it be care for their pet or other needs that they have in the household. This bill will also impact veterinarians and volunteers who help at animal shelters and other rescue organizations that provide low-cost spays, neuters, or other veterinary services, because it will add greater liability to the veterinarian or volunteer. Veterinarians will be reluctant to volunteer for these organizations because of this increased risk that legislation presents, and will result in animals not receiving necessary care, also taking much needed volunteer resource out of the community. Maryland currently has a system in place where healthcare is affordable for animals. It's orders of magnitude less expensive than human healthcare and is tailored to each client's unique situation. Unlike human healthcare, veterinary medicine is entirely covered by discretionary out-of-pocket dollars. And if we add to that, someone will no longer be able to afford their pet's care. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you come in with against House Bill 1375.
All right, Dr. John Brooks, see you there.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to make this thing work.
Well, we can hear you, so if you want to testify for 2 minutes, you go right ahead.
I appreciate that. I'm driving, so you kind of caught me.
Then I need you to pull over because we're not going to do that. You need to pull over, and we'll come right back to you.
All right, I'm pulling over right now.
All right, we'll come back to you. We'll come right back to you. We'll hear from Kent McClure, and then we'll come right back to you.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes to Kent McClure, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kent McClure. I'm a veterinarian with the American Veterinary Medical Association and also here for the Maryland VMA. And we're testifying in opposition to House Bill 1375. We oppose the proposed expansion of non-economic damages into litigation involving pets. We believe doing so will ultimately harm pets. People love animals and are very sympathetic to pets, seemingly more so to people at times. In a case in which the Iowa Supreme Court refused to allow such non-economic damages, an expert testified that the value could be as high as the national debt. The changes proposed by the bill would also lead to some strange outcomes. Who is the owner of a pet? It's not defined. Is it one person? Is it a family of 5? When damages are limited to economic measures, it really doesn't matter because they can only be compensated once. This potential multiplication of claims is likely one of the reasons Maryland has drawn strict lines on the recovery of emotion-based damages. What is a domesticated animal? It's not defined. The Maryland code addressing commercial feed includes goldfish among a non-exhaustive list of domesticated animals. The proposed bill would also drive cases to be skewed to arguing for gross negligence. A plaintiff could potentially obtain a capped non-economic damages award for negligence under the bill, or an unlimited award for gross negligence. Litigants would have a very strong incentive to play the litigation lottery and avoid settling cases that could otherwise settle. Potential recovery of non-economic damages would be permissible for an animal when they were prohibited from any close human relationships. Claims for non-economic damages over the injury to a sibling or grandparent are not compensable, but a family of 5 could potentially have 5 individual claims over the loss of a goldfish under the bill. Does this mean that Maryland doesn't value siblings or grandparents? Of course not. Do we need non-economic damages to demonstrate the value to us of our pets? Of course not. There are good reasons Maryland has drawn tight lines restricting the categories where awards of emotion-based damages are available, and we would ask that you not expand such damages to include litigation involving pets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll talk to Dr. John Brooks, who's pulled over, and we'll hear from him for 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Listen, I've practiced in veterinary medicine in Maryland for almost 50 years now, about 49. And throughout this time, my number one priority has been and will always be to continue working close with my clients to provide the best care for their animals that fits with their finances. I have real concerns about the effects that this bill would have on the veterinary profession and our ability to deliver affordable veterinary care, specifically with the number of owners who may postpone or forego veterinary care because of the increased costs due to where we're going to have to go with potentially our malpractice increased insurance. Every day in clinics throughout Maryland, our veterinarians have conversations with their clients about the care that is needed and the cost of that care. These conversations often include prioritization of the various aspects of care in order to meet the client's budget. With the introduction of non-economic damages, these costs will, without question, go up. First, in a manner analogous to the defensive care practiced by physicians, this will make it harder to scale care to work with what a client can spend when those recommendations may be second-guessed in order to avoid complications less than desired. So litigation costs will also increase. These costs, unfortunately, will be passed down to the end user. With veterinary medicine being paid for almost entirely out of pocket, this has potential to keep animals from getting the care they deserve. So I can't support the policy that will simply add a layer to the cost of care and prevent the animals from getting the care they need. Finally, every day, at least once a week, I'll deal with a client, maybe a senior citizen whose spouse has passed, and their pet is the last piece of connection they have. And we do everything in our power to sustain that connection, that human-animal bond. And unfortunately, if I'm having to deal with the increased cost of 10-fold or 100-fold malpractice insurance, I'm not going to be able to make as many of the Good Samaritan and adjustment in fees that I have been for the last 49 years. So again, I thank you all for taking the time. I apologize for sitting along the road and doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear now from Philip Goldberg for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of the committee, for having us here today. My name is Phil Goldberg, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Animal Health Institute against HB 1375. I've worked extensively on animal law issues, filing an amicus brief in the Court of Appeals in the Reeves case for the animal welfare community. We all, I think, in this meeting, deeply cherish our pets and appreciate the hardship of losing a companion animal regardless of the circumstances. AHI opposes this bill because allowing emotion-based damages for injuries to a pet is not the pro-pet position. Put simply, pets do not reap benefits when owners are awarded emotion-based liability for their injuries. Only owners benefit. But the pets will suffer when owners can no longer afford important pet care products and services, including food, walkers, kenneling, veterinary care, and medicine. because of the increased liability costs these damages will impose on pet welfare providers. The issue of whether to allow emotion-based liability in pet cases has come up in 35 states over the past 30 years. No state in the country allows for the type of non-economic damages sought in this legislation under common law or statute. They've all found that there is no legal or public policy basis for allowing emotion-based liability in pet litigation. Why? The main reason is that our emotional attachments to people and cherished possessions are not compensable in litigation. Pets are no different than our human best friends and many close relatives and other things we value highly in our life. The Court of Appeals in Reeves expressed concern that a pet owner could recover non-economic damages for the death of a pet, while the same person could not receive such damages for the loss of a best friend, sibling, fiance, or grandparent. Second, pet care products and services should not resemble human health care, where the threat of litigation and emotion-based liability awards increase the cost and dictate care. The bill that you heard explained by some of the proponents of this legislation are not the bill that is before you. Negligence, to be clear, is included in this, and non-economic damages would be allowed for regular negligence cases, despite what you heard. This goes to all pet welfare services, from veterinary care to shelters and rescues that take in dogs to local dog walkers, boarding kennels, and groomers. Third, this liability would be everywhere. 70% of Americans have companion animals, and they sometimes are injured or killed in many ways, from neighborhood pet scuffles to car accidents. Take a 13-year-old student who makes $10 a day walking a neighbor's hamster, snake, or dog. If something happens to that pet, that student could be sued for $10,000 in non-economic damages and unlimited.
Mr. Goldberg, we will need you to begin to wrap up, please.
Absolutely. Maryland already is ahead of most states in allowing the recovery of the cost of treating the animal from an incident. In the interest of pet welfare, we urge you to oppose HB 1375. Thank you so much.
All right, there are questions for this panel. We'll go to Delegate Cox, then Juanita Fisher, then Cardin. Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to thank Delegate Kipke for bringing this bill. I mean, you know, when you look at the just the facts of the costs of an injured dog, I mean, you can get over 10,000 very, very quickly. And that doesn't include, obviously, our service members, as we've heard testimony about. I also appreciated Delegate Tolz's concerns, but my question, though, is I heard testimony just now that there could be a potential unlimited, I think it was higher than the GDP or something, damages. I think that's a little ludicrous, honestly, because under the Volkswagen case, we have a reasonableness test for these kinds of damages. So we're looking at $10,000 times 4 as a reasonable measure, which, you know, is 40 or 50 grand max, is a likely reasonableness test under the common law. That's my first point and question for, I guess, Mr. McClure. But the other part of it is this, and this is something I think is misunderstood consistently. We have animal common law that goes back to the days of England. And so to say that no state has an option for these kinds of damages misunderstands the common law, where you could collect for any kind of tortfeasing activity against your livestock, your herds, or your pets. So this simply would return the common law standard that's been around in Maryland for 400 years up until this statute, I think. What is your view on that, Mr. McClure?
First, when I sorry, we're meeting over here. When I mentioned the testimony that was in that case, I was trying to say, not that there might not be some other cap or something in the law. I was trying to say from a jury's perspective, every one of these cases is going to become worth the maximum amount that it can, because if you just ask someone how much do they love their animal, as this expert said, well, it's whatever they think it is. It's the national debt. So that was the point I was trying to make there. In terms of the other, I certainly don't know the historical common law in Maryland, but my understanding is that historically that would not have included emotion-based damages. And I think that the point that was trying to be made is that if you look at the law today across the country, the types of emotion-based damages that are allowable in 1375 would not be available.
Well, I respectfully disagree, but the other aspect of this is there's a concern I have in when you look at some of the ways that dogs are in particular, but also cats are treated in our code in terms of both the criminal law as well as the growing influence of our local humane societies and such, which we appreciate all the good work they do, but they've brought bills in here seeking to require unlimited damages on individuals prior to a judgment against them for any kind of cruelty or neglect, which I've opposed for some of the same principles Delegate Tolles set forth. But at the same time, we had a case in Washington County, Maryland, that was alleged and exposed in our committee, showing a dog trafficking scheme where they were enticing, the neighbors were enticing dogs, capturing them and taking them into these to the animal shelter and obtaining fees. That was exposed by an undercover agent. He testified in our committee, and the director ended up having to leave town in disgrace. So my concern is that for all those people that lost their dogs, for instance, there was no remedy. And like I said, I think that the whole idea about simply going back to the common law is not that big of an issue. But I appreciate your time, and I guess I'll say, isn't that so?
If I can, this is Phil Goldberg. If I can
Briefly, sure.
On the common law. So if we, in the Court of Appeals in the Reeves case explained that under the common law, emotion-based liability, non-economic damages are not available for harm to a pet or harm to other prized possessions or harm to relationships like a best friend or a grandparent. That is what the common law is, and that's what the common law is in every state. And so the idea that in 1989, when this bill was enacted, it was codifying the common law, but then going beyond that and saying you can get reasonable necessary veterinary care expenses even if that's above fair market value. So that was, there are some states like Delaware next door that just say fair market value, that's it. But going to the next step and saying we want to make sure that the pet gets taken care of if they're injured. So even if the damages go beyond market value, so if you need to care for the pet, we want you to be able to do that. That's what Maryland said in enacting this statute, which was one of the first in the country to reach that conclusion. And other states have started doing the same, but that's not the law everywhere. And so this isn't about just going back to the common law. This is adding non-economic damages to the through statute to these cases, and that doesn't exist anywhere in any state.
Let's go to Delegate Juanita Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Goldberg, you've already been talking a lot, but my question was directed to you. I just have two things. I wanted you to kind of go through again with the committee, the difference between negligence and gross negligence. And then you touched upon that this would be the first state to kind of, if this bill passed in the posture that it is, we would be the first state in the union to go this far. And I wondered if you could comment on, is there any state that is more, that goes beyond us than what we currently have?
Sure.
And what that looks like, if you know, those two questions would be great.
I appreciate that. So on the negligence versus gross negligence, I think this is an important issue. That's a very fact-based, intensive question that gets to a jury. We heard earlier, we're doing the testimony on the Senate side, and the question was like, if the dog touches you, then is it just negligence, but doesn't, is it gross negligence? And it really gets into the facts of a specific case. And so what would happen here is every case would be pled under both negligence and gross negligence, with the idea of getting to a jury, potentially unlimited non-economic damages if they can convince a jury that gross negligence occurred. It's truly so as a result, I would say this, the cap at 10,000 really wouldn't be effective for the other cases, because you're going to be in a place where you can't even settle a case because $10,000 becomes the floor, and they know that they could end up in hundreds of thousands of dollars if you end up in convincing a jury that it was gross negligence. And so all these cases against veterinarians, against dog walkers, against police, against whoever, neighbors, a lot of times it's pet on pet scuffles and dog parks or whatever it is that lead to these cases. Car accidents lead to these cases. We've seen these cases in, as I said, 35 states. And from Vermont to New Jersey to Washington State, Texas, other states, they all say no, you don't get this for the reasons I laid out before. The law has always held very restrictively the types of scenarios in which you can get your emotional loss. And it's only generally if you've been physically injured. Some states have negligent infliction, they have bystander tests and other stuff. Maryland doesn't have that. And we have a wrongful death act that says, okay, if it's a spouse, if it's a child, sure, then in those situations you can, but not a fiance who you're getting married to tomorrow, not your cousin who grew up in the same house as you and you treat each other like siblings, not a grandparent who may raise you like a parent. So those are the judgments that this body has made, that we're limiting it only to those few circumstances. And so under the common law, this hasn't existed in any state in the country. There have been a couple of states that have enacted statutes mostly against emotional harm damages in pet litigation or capping them. And others just for, I think one state was just for malicious act. One state, if the dog was on a leash in your yard. I mean, like there was really just to respond to a specific case that came up. And so they really narrowly tailored it to that, which has made it, not really a bill that has any impact in the community. And so, this doesn't exist anywhere. The idea that in all of these circumstances, you can get non-economic damages up to $10,000 or roll the dice and go to hundreds of thousands of dollars doesn't exist in any state.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quick, I think this is going to go to Mr. McClure or Ms. Siller regarding the veterinarian community. If we took out the $10,000 negligence claims for damages, and we took out gross negligence and just left it with intent and malicious intent, essentially, would the veterinarian community, because that should include 0 cases unless somebody is maliciously trying to hurt a dog in a veterinarian office, should not increase costs. It should not do anything to harm the industry or increase costs to your folks. Would you guys, would your opposition change? Well, I'll just leave it there because the scenario I have is actually, so the scenario, I had a case where I had a client whose dog was being groomed at one of the large pet store franchise or companies. They dropped the dog, broke all 4 of its legs, and he found out he only got, it was a very fragile small dog, it's a puppy, and they only got a maximum of $10,000 in economic damages, and he was really upset. They were very close to the dog. In that case, though, in the scenario I'm giving you, there was still no malice or intent to really harm. It was just negligence. So the question is, would you guys still be opposed to the bill if we took all that out?
So obviously before committee, I'd want to see, everybody jumps around on the screen, sorry, exactly what that would look like. We support the ability of someone to be able to recover their economic losses. And so if you noticed, we're testifying against 1375. We're not testifying against the other bill. That 1375, though, I'd want to look and see what you meant when you said to take other things out, because, for example, it talked like one of the things that's listed in here is intent. Right. And I understand what people comes to mind when they talk about that. But if you'll recall, informed consent cases against physicians were typically initially brought as battery cases, which is an intentional tort. And in most states, the law had to change to prevent that from being what was viewed as a much easier way to sue physicians. And so I just worry about the ability to bring like a battery case against a veterinarian or something like that. So I think that in terms, if you're asking us if we're trying to protect malicious behavior, the answer is of course not. Our concern is over the unintended consequences that we see swirling around this. And we spoke, as was said earlier, with the bill sponsor, Representative Kipke, and are quite happy to keep talking with him about all of this.
Thank you.
Further questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all for talking to us today, and that ends the testimony for House Bills 965 and 1375. We thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. We have now with us Delegate Nick Charles. He has House Bill 1038. We're going to hear him for 3 minutes. And we're then going to hear, well, let's see. We're going to hear 2 other favorable witnesses, Stuart Yasker and Makata Henry Nicky. Then we have several people who are favorable with amendments, so we'll keep them separate. So Delegate Charles for 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Nick Charles, and I'm pleased to testify in support of HB 1038, foreclosure proceedings, residential mortgagers and grantors, access to counsel. What this bill does is it establishes, subject to the availability of funding, access to legal representation for individuals meeting specified qualifications, meaning covered individuals, and specified foreclosure proceedings. Covered individuals does not include all people, but those who own and occupy the residential property and make no greater than 50% of the state's median income. To facilitate this access, the bill establishes the Access to Counsel and Foreclosure Proceedings program, which will be administered by the Maryland Legal Services Corporation to organize and direct services and resources in order to provide all covered individuals with access to legal representation. As you all are aware, homeownership is the American dream, but it was built upon discriminatory practices of redlining, discrimination, and mortgage lending. With respect to the discrimination in mortgage lending, a January 2020 study of racial and ethnic discrimination in housing from 1976 to 2016 found that in the mortgage market, racial gaps in loan denial have declined slightly and racial gaps in mortgage costs didn't decline at all. Suggestions persistent to racial discrimination. And because of that, the Biden administration has recently taken steps to combat the discriminatory practice of redlining and helping to reduce the racial bias in lending. Because of that, foreclosure is an extraordinary catastrophic event with tremendous ramifications for the future financial stability and social mobility of affected families. As a state, we have the unique opportunity to help communities that have been impacted by these same biases and practices help get what they need when they need it the most, and that is working to keep them in the home that they work so hard to get. Today, we have a brain trust of support with the Maryland Community Legal Services, the Brookings Institute, Ashoka, and others here to testify in support of this measure. I'd like to thank you all for indulging me, and I ask that you move favorable in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Stuart Yasker.
Hello, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Stuart Yasker. I'm from the Economic Architecture Project and Ashoka, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join you today to express my support for HB 1038, which provides access to counsel during foreclosure proceedings. The loss of a home is more than merely a financial loss. It can change the course of a person's life, and it extracts a heavy toll on our communities. Residents, their families, and our communities are all better off if we can keep people in their homes. That is why we as a country, and Maryland in particular, have made it such a priority to enable people to stay in their homes while we all face the massive disruption caused by the pandemic. Now that the protections have waned, foreclosures and evictions are likely to rise. Access to counsel during foreclosure proceedings is one of the most effective and cost-efficient ways to ensure that people's rights are respected and that people have the opportunity to remain in their homes. That is why I strongly support HB 1038. I understand that some may be concerned about the small filing fee that will be used to provide access to counsel. Foreclosure proceedings generally involve parties of very different statures and with very different levels of resources available. On the one hand, there's often a fairly large and well-capitalized financial institution, and on the other hand, there's often a homeowner without the resources available to pay their bills. There are also very different consequences. While financial institutions face the risk of a financial loss, homeowners risk the loss of their home and all that goes with it. To the extent that the additional filing fee creates a speed bump in the process, then it may be remedying a perverse incentive currently in the marketplace. This is all the more reason to support HB 1038. I thank you for your consideration and ask that you think favorably on House Bill 1038. Thank you for your time.
That's fine. Makata Henry Nikki, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Makata Henry Nikki. I am a research fellow at the Brookings Institution. However, I'm here today in my personal professional capacity to support HB 1038. Maryland has invested more than $53 million in homeowner assistance funds to help distressed homeowners. However, given the severity of the pandemic, which has disproportionately impacted employment in Black and Brown households, it is likely that this extraordinary gap filler will fail to meet the depth of existing need. According to an Adam Data report released in January, Maryland has the 10th highest foreclosure rate in the country. Lenders already placed 430 homes into active foreclosure proceedings. I expect this number to rise steadily and to see hundreds more, those jobless and underemployed, face the prospect of home loss, particularly as courts move full force to process foreclosure petitions. These rising numbers will undoubtedly follow communities of color. As we saw in the aftermath of the Great Recession, avoidable foreclosures have enormous community-wide ramifications for home values. In Prince George's County alone, the median home value plummeted from $334,000 in 2006 to $190,000 in 2010. More than a decade later, depressed home values still plague these communities. I reference avoidable foreclosures because we know too many homeowners were unfairly subjected to abusive mortgage servicing practices like robo-foreclosure and dual tracking in their bids to save their homes. Fixes have been implemented, but still gaps remain. I think HB 1038 addresses a major fault line in consumer protection, homeowners defending their homes without adequate representation. And I think last fall, Maryland demonstrated exemplary leadership by providing eviction victims with a right to counsel. This committee can act to extend those protections to vulnerable homeowners facing imminent foreclosure. We must do everything we can to minimize their future collateral consequences. Importantly, HB 1038 asks banks, services, and local governments to help finance a mortgage defense fund. This fund will be a vital tool to support homeownership preservation in communities of color. I applaud Delegate Charles for advancing this important bill that not only preserves homeownership in all of Maryland's communities, but slows the widening gaps in home values across the state. I urge this committee to vote in favor of HB 1038. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you very much and appreciate you coming in today. We're going to hear now from a panel of people who are favorable with amendments. We're going to hear from Deb Seltzer, Claudia Wilson Randall, Anthony Davis, Rena Shaw. We'll hear from them and then we'll go from there. So if we could hear from Dana Seltzer, please. Dana Seltzer.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Deb Seltzer. I am the Executive Director of Maryland Legal Services Corporation. We are a legislatively created nonprofit formed by the Maryland General Assembly in 1982 to be a statewide funder of civil legal aid. With appropriate resources, MLSC is happy to serve as the administrator of this program. Among our other projects, MLSC grantees have provided foreclosure prevention services for many years, and we have funded with one-time restricted funding a foreclosure special project since 2016. In a typical pre-pandemic year, our grantees provided representation or negotiation assistance for about 600 homeowners, and about 1,500 additional homeowners received advice or counseling on steps they could take to prevent foreclosure of their home. We recently convened grantees to get a sense of the status of the foreclosure landscape since the pandemic, and they have reported that cases are slowly starting to tick back up, and now they are actually seeing many cases that were filed before the pandemic finally getting scheduled. These foreclosure cases are long and complex. Our grantees report that some of these cases could take 50 hours or more of attorney time. And having an attorney to explain all options to ensure will ensure that both homeowners have their rights enforced and also help make the process more efficient. So there are a few amendments that we believe have been submitted to bill drafting that would be some clarifying amendments and also a few tweaks. One thing we've learned that through our 4 decades of funding legal services is that the sooner that a client can be connected with counsel, the better, which is why we would support an amendment that would attach counsel at the notice of intent stage as opposed to after mediation, because we think that having counsel at mediation is really a key piece. There is also an amendment that would be a technical amendment to have the effective date of the bill be July 1 instead of October 1. The reason for this is that we learned through the Access to Counsel in Evictions program that the task force did not have very much time to do its first report by January 1st. So having the summer to jumpstart the task force work would be very helpful and would ensure we could cover all of the grounds. Finally, there is also amendments that would consider different ways to fund this. We have learned other states do this through fees on other things that we could also consider. So with those amendments, we would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Claudia Wilson Randall, please, for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman Clippinger and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. I'm here today in support of House Bill 1038 with amendments. I really appreciate the previous speakers talking about what's here at stake with this bill. During the 2008 recession, we saw thousands of homeowners lose their homes to foreclosure. And we want to prevent as many unnecessary foreclosures as possible. That happened overwhelmingly to Black and Brown people in the state of Maryland. And we need to emphasize that. And this right to counsel would really help many people who are out there alone, unrepresented, up against servicers, and also up against a lot of actors in the community who are working, and investors who are working to separate them from their generational wealth and their home. So I hope you will consider this. The amendment that I am simply suggesting is that the task force include HUD certified housing counseling agencies. You have community-based organizations right now. I just would like to clarify that. The Community Development Network of Maryland includes members of the HUD certified housing counseling community. And that's just those are important advocates in the housing space who are well-versed in mortgage servicing, as well as community-based financial counselors. And I just think that would be expertise that would be valuable in this discussion. And we have also, those organizations have worked in partnership with MLSC over time. And I think in 2020, we were also part of the Access to Justice Council Commission. And I just think that adding that expertise across the state would be valuable to the people that we hope to serve and who are facing foreclosure throughout the state. So with that, thank you very much for your time today. And I really appreciate this bill.
Anthony Davis now for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anthony Davis. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Consumer Law at Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid serves homeowners in foreclosure in all counties through 12 offices. We have a specialty unit of attorneys that work in our foreclosure legal assistance project. And we were created because of the last foreclosure crisis. We support, Maryland Legal Aid has reviewed the bill. We support it with amendments. The amendments were discussed earlier. The principal amendment would be that the access to counsel has to occur earlier in the process. As Ms. Seltzer has also said, that at the NOI stage is probably a real good place to make that available because so much happens at the mediation and preparation for the mediation. And we think that counsels, we know that, counsel really helps that. I would also say that we need to empower the ALJs to be more than just neutral observers, that to facilitate the discussion and move it forward and report back. They need to have some authority to resolve disagreements that arise and ensure that good faith loss mitigation efforts have been conducted and that they are in place. A goal has to be to prevent wrongful foreclosures, and we all know that wrongful foreclosures have occurred. Finally, I would say I know there's a concern that this would make suits longer and we all have a lengthy process, but lawyers have to follow the model rules of professional conduct 3.1, and the claims they bring have to have a legal basis. I don't know any attorney who would risk their license for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't believe that Rena Shaw is with us. Rena Shaw, just taking a chance. All right, no Rena Shaw, so we're going to go ahead and take questions for this panel. Are there questions for this panel? Going once. All right, seeing no questions for this panel, we thank you all very much for testifying today. Committee, again, I must step away for a moment. The vice chair is going to take over again briefly, but I'll announce the next panel, and that's Bob Enton, Scott Nadell, Jeffrey Nadel, Rory Murray. We'll hear from the four of them. Each one of them will get 2 minutes, and when Mr. Enton shows up, and there he did show up, let him unmute himself. Maybe. Mr. Enton, Bob Enton. Briefly, but I'll announce the next panel, and that's Bob Enton, Scott Nadell, Jeffrey Nadel. YouTube link, please.
I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. I'm going to hand it over to the vice chair. I'll be right back. Thank you. Go ahead, Bob Benton.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Because this is my fourth appearance before your committee today. And Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. And we're very, very strongly opposed to this legislation. I was at the table back in 2008 and in 2010. And Maryland enacted probably the most far-reaching and one of the most consumer-friendly foreclosure laws in the country. This is the Maryland statute, 7105.1. I didn't count the pages. I guess it's about 75 pages long. And the whole driving force behind this statute, which was the product of 3 different gubernatorial task forces under Martin O'Malley, was to strike a balance that made sure that consumers and borrowers did everything possible would occur to allow them to stay in their homes. It has been wildly successful. It is a model across the country for striking that balance. So I would tell you that I'm going to focus mostly on the numbers. And the Commissioner of Financial Regulation receives copies of all notice of intent to foreclose, receives notice of all copies of the filing of foreclosure cases, and receives notice of all properties that are sold at foreclosure. And they keep this data. So notwithstanding what you heard today, just even going back to 2008, 2010, there's just been a steady and dramatic decline in the number of foreclosures that have occurred. I have data, and you have written testimony from the Maryland bankers under the name of Drew Javid. And there's a chart there, a graph, which shows the number of foreclosures and how they have decreased going from 2009 down to 2013, 2016, 17, and none of this had anything to do with the pandemic. A key figure here is that when you look at the numbers, So what gets the borrower's attention typically is the notice of intent to foreclose. That's got to be sent at least 45 days prior to filing. The next thing that gets their attention is the filing. So if you look in fiscal year 2020, there were 56,599 notices of intent. That resulted in 12,000 filings, which resulted in 4,300 sales for the entire year. There are 1.1 million mortgages in effect in the state of Maryland. There is no tsunami, there is no epidemic. And I would tell you that in addition, according to the numbers, once again, from the Commissioner on Financial Regulation, in August of 2021, there were 60 sales in the entire state. In September, there were 91, October 85, November 83, December 89, January 95. And the reason for that is that we have a process with mediation, with loss mitigation affidavits, with a hearing in court if necessary, that have done a tremendous job in limiting. If you think about it, to only have a total of 4,000 out of 1.1 million mortgages get sold in foreclosure in 2020. And part of the reason of that is the last thing that any lender wants to do is see the property sold at foreclosure. There are no surpluses. They take a loss in every single case. And you've foreclosure lawyers that work for lenders, their number one direction to those foreclosure lawyers is to attempt to work it out. And that's what the mediation process does. Just very quickly, I know I'm probably bumping up against my time limit, Mr. Chairman, but this is a huge issue for lenders in the state of Maryland. We think this will have the unintended consequence of totally disrupting the success that we've had over the years. The Commissioner of Financial Regulation sends literature out when every single notice of intent to foreclose is filed, advising the borrower of where they can get assistance and where they can get counseling. And counseling is the most important thing. Back in 2010, when the mediation process was put in place, the bankers, the lenders, I will wrap up, thank you. The lenders agreed to increase the filing fee at that time, which was about $75 that we paid, to $300. And that money was all to go to counseling. And it did all go to counseling. If you read the fiscal note on that bill in 2008, that was $11 million to go just for counseling administered by the Housing and Community Development Department. This bill raises the filing fee to $600. We just don't think it's justified. This is a problem looking for a solution. The program works, it's balanced, and there is no need to make this dramatic change in the law. That's why we're so very, very much opposed to it. Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Scott Nadel for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Scott Nadel, and I am a real estate attorney with a focus on foreclosure and default work in Maryland and in DC. And I, at the risk of going on too long, I've listened to Mr. Renton, and I agree with everything that he's got to say. I concur. I was on that work group committee with him over the summer and fall with the DLLR to revamp a couple of these letters that are sent out to the borrowers at the stages of the NOI. Those letters have been revamped. It pleads with borrowers to reach out for help. The notice of intent to foreclose that goes out prior to any filing of a foreclosure has a page. It usually is about 2 pages of, I believe it's 30 different entities for borrowers to contact for assistance during the foreclosure process, during the mediation process, prior to the mediation process. There are, again, notices that get sent out for a person to get a housing counselor or an attorney. All you have to do is check a box on the request for mediation. You're going to get contacted by a housing counselor. You have to be able to reach out to these folks and sit down at the mediation, which also works very, very well. You have the administrative law judge. in a scenario where you sit down with all of the stakeholders and everyone is there to try to work something out. Just like Mr. Anthony said, no one wants to go through with a foreclosure. They like to get a performing loan and like to be able to avoid having to go through a foreclosure, which ultimately causes a loss to a lender. That's not their goal. Their goal is to try to work something out and to suggest on amendments that I was listening to have a mediator get involved. That changes the entire landscape of what goes on and the purpose of the mediation. That turns into something to an adversarial position that's really for the circuit court, not for mediation. Mediation is specifically by its name designed for people to sit there and to work things out, not to have rulings made in a mediation. That goes against everything that the mediation program was completely set up for once we started everything in 2008. And through all of the different iterations of the laws since 2008, the system works well. It allows for the borrowers to do what they need to do on their end to attempt to work something out. And this piece of legislation, all it's going to do is confuse the situation and to cause unintended consequences. And we would therefore urge an unfavorable report on HB 1038. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we'll have Rory Murray for 2 minutes.
Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Rory Murray here on behalf of the Maryland DC Credit Union Association and the 70 plus credit unions and 2.2 million members in the state of Maryland. At the sake of being non-redundant, I agree with everything that the gentleman that went before me said. From the credit union standpoint, as member-owned financial cooperatives, when a credit union moves to foreclose, and a lot of you are credit union members, I'm sure you know every single avenue has already been exhausted. And then the foreclosure process itself, as it currently is, which currently works, it's lengthy and it provides multiple avenues to make things right for each party without going to foreclosure. So as the gentleman just said before me, making it more confusing or longer or raising filing fees, honestly, it's just not necessary. And we request an unfavorable report. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. It doesn't look like we have Jeffrey Nadel, so I guess we can skip right to questions. We got 4 lined up. We'll go Delegate Erican, Cardin, Crutchfield, and Cham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. My question is for Mr. Enton. I thought I heard you mention the pre-COVID foreclosure numbers compared to today. Could you mention those again?
Sure. So, and there's a lot of data available in this, particularly on the Commissioner of Financial Regulation website and some other sites. So if you look at, I can hold it up. This is a part of the Maryland Bankers Association written testimony, and it's a chart which shows going back to 2009, which was kind of at the beginning of this crisis. It shows, what the numbers were, and that's the notices of intent to foreclose. The next group down below that, in green, it shows the numbers of, in orange, it shows the numbers of foreclosure actions that were filed. So while if you look back, let's say in 2011, and this was at the height of the crash of the real estate market, when we were in a recession, there was a problem. That's why the legislature acted like it did. There was 154,000 notices of intent to foreclose. Even back then, only 15,000, say, or a much smaller number of those actually resulted in the filing of foreclosure cases, and a much lower number resulting in the number of sales. So now that they track, and that was a recent change in the law that said that the buyer at a foreclosure sale had to file a buyer registration with the Commissioner of Financial Regulation. They've been tracking that since 2019. But, so what you can see is that while there were 12,000 suits filed out of the 56,000 notices of intent to went out, only 4,300 of those resulted in sales. The other information that I have for you, and I'm happy to share it, was based on data from the department, and it's, once again, you can get it from them as well. And it shows that even most recently, the number of foreclosure sales is minimal. It's minimal. It's amazingly minimal. It's under 100 for the entire state. When I look at it by county, I hope I don't run out of battery here. When I look at it by county, and Prince George's County, for the 7 months from July 1st through February the 20th, Prince George's had a total of 117 properties that actually went to sale. That was it. Baltimore City had 114. Interesting, Baltimore County had 100. Nationwide, the percentage rate, I'm sorry, in the state of Maryland, according to the National Mortgage Bankers Association data, the number of loans in foreclosure in Maryland out of 1.1 million is 1.5%. The number of loans that are past due, and this amazed me, and I'll get you the data, the number of loans that are past due 90 days or more, 1.5%. That means that 98.5% of all mortgages are current. Now, I want to point out very clearly that one of the things that's happened recently, and it's, once again, it's a document that's in our package, is that the governor has set aside $2.54 million, $2.54 million for mortgage assistance. And once again, I just amazed when I think one of the amendments that was discussed was that the administrative law judge, who is a mediator and brings the parties together to try to work something out, rather than have him be a mediator, now the administrative law judge or these amendments would adjudicate the case. That's what one of the amendments that was discussed do. When you look at the current law, you'll see, if you ever take a look at it, it's rather lengthy, but page after page after page of consumer protections describe in detail the mediation process, and then the rights of a borrower who's not satisfied with the mediation process to file a motion to stay in the circuit court. And the court has the ability, it holds a hearing and has the ability, if the lender has done, if they're convinced the lender has not in some fashion followed the law, they stay the case.
Okay, well, thank you. That does help clear some of my concerns up. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, I guess this is for Mr. Enton. Now, I don't know if it's who the right person is, but just one person answer. It's my understanding that the Commissioner of Regulation, of Financial Regulation, had a work group that convened to discuss issues dealing with foreclosure over the summer. I'm assuming that this legislation came out of that work group. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. That is not the case. He had a work group, and the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition was there, the housing counselors were there, the lenders were there, the foreclosure attorneys were there, and a lot of what you see, the revamped foreclosure timeline, the mortgage late document that's in our packet, that's what the work group focused on. How do we make the whole process, but make sure that the consumer knows in simplified language where to get help? This issue was never raised for 1 second in that work group, and it's never been raised in all the years we've had since the laws were enacted in 2008 and 2010. And our numbers today are 1/3 of what they were, 15 years ago. So I don't know where this all came from, but it certainly didn't come from the work group that we had over the summer with the real consumer advocates that work on these issues.
Delegate Crutchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to direct I have a couple of questions, and I'd like to direct the first one to Mr. Enton. Mr. Enton, I want to make sure I understand. I know the foreclosure process is a long process, and I am assuming that the numbers you quoted us were numbers that probably reflect pre-COVID, and that the numbers for foreclosures that possibly will be coming up because we know there was a moratorium on foreclosures during the COVID periods. So I'm assuming, and again, you can correct me, on this, but I'm assuming that the true numbers for foreclosures has not yet caught up to us. And I'd like to get your thoughts around that, first of all, because I think you gave us some numbers for like 2019 or maybe it was 2020 of like 117 properties actually going through the process in Prince George's County and some similar numbers. So I just want to make sure I understand what those numbers really truly reflect. What is the time period, first of all, usually from the time that you get that intent to foreclose? I'm sure the homeowner has gone for maybe 6 to 8 months of non-payment, right? And then you get to the point where the intent to foreclose, all that is finally provided. And then they get to mediation. So at least tell me the time period between the intent to foreclose and maybe the mediation. Are we talking 6 to 8 months? And then, thereafter, what that time period looks like?
Thank you for the question. I'm happy to answer it. You can tell I feel fairly strongly about this. And I guess because I've been so involved with so many years and I'm so proud of the work that the legislature did to address this issue. So according to data, I got data from the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, going back to, let's take, for instance, September of 2018, okay? Way pre-COVID, 2 years pre-COVID.
Yes. Okay.
There were a total for the entire state of Maryland. I'll take it back for the sake for the month of September, there were 6,654 notices of intent to foreclose that were sent out. That's out of a 1.1 million active mortgages. Okay. And that's one of the reasons that we did that. So talk about the length of time. Under Maryland law, you cannot file a foreclosure action. I know I'm going to run out of battery. I can't believe it. Let me get something else up here. I'm going to just plug. Can I just have 1 second to plug something else in here? I hope it'll work. Sugar. That's because I've been watching bill hearings all day. Let me try that. So you can't file the foreclosure until 90 days after they've been in default. You have to file the notice of intent to foreclose 45 days, send it before you file. And then you have this whole process where there's loss mitigation, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Weintraub is coming in to assist me if I need to plug something else in. And the whole process now, back in 2008, 2007, it took about 90 days to go through a foreclosure proceeding. Now, on average, it takes 515 days to get to the point of sale. And we're still lower than some of the other states where it can be as much as 1,600 months if they're what we call not a judicial foreclosure state, which is, I'm afraid, where this may end up leading. So instead of having housing counselors involved, we're going to have litigators involved. So that's kind of the timeline. To speak to your issue about the numbers, I'll just give you an example. In September 2018, a total of 470 properties went to sale out of 1.1 million. And let's bump up to now to December of 2021, January of 2022, 95 properties, 95 out of 1.1 million. Now, the foreclosure stay was lifted in July. So it's been almost 8 months now, 7 months anyway, I guess, 8 months, yeah, July through February. And we're still at this remarkably low number. And the reason for that is that there is financial assistance available. And I think one of the lessons we learned from COVID, when we were mandated for FHA loans and other loans and under the governor's orders to enter into loan modifications, is that helped us reach our ultimate goal, as I said before, and as Mr. Nadell said, which is we don't ever want to go to sale if it can possibly be helped. But the numbers, if I'd be happy to sit down and share these numbers with you, they back up everything that I'm saying, believe me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't use them, of course. So.
And when you get to that mediation, who's in the room?
Yes.
Usually your client, I would assume, will have a lawyer in the room. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're gonna have the housing counselor, okay? If the housing counselor's been involved, the housing counselor is going to be in the room with the borrower. And when you look at the notices that go out in the regulations in the statute, they advise the borrower to have a housing counselor involved. Okay, and they tell them where they can find one, because this is a mediation. Now, the lender may send one of their people, they may send a foreclosure attorney. But keep in mind that the mediator is an administrative law judge. They're just not some stranger. They're an administrative law judge, and their role is to try to find a middle ground that the borrower and the lender can agree to. And that's why you see such a dramatic decrease in the number of properties that actually go to sale, is because the mediation works.
Do you have any numbers, any percentages on how many homeowners come with a lawyer? Any data?
I don't, but I'll try to, I can try to find out. Once again, if you look at this mortgage don't wait document, you will see that one of the main emphasis is here's what's at risk and here's where you can get help. And when it comes to lawyers, let me just say, as I said before, that when we agreed to this $300 filing fee, which is today is twice any other filing fee, and back then was 3 times. That was to make sure that people got counseling. And when we look at what's happened with legal aid, I see legal aid come in. Legal aid right now, the Maryland Legal Services Corporation is getting about $22 million a year. You all passed a bill last year which increased their share of abandoned property from $2 million to $8 million. So, there are funds out there that are available to legal aid and to community associations and housing. And the assistance is there. If someone's in default, you're sitting on $2.54 million to help them pay their mortgages. And that's in my client's best interest and your constituents' best interest, without question.
And Mr. Chair, could I have one more question, please? And that's to Mr. Nadel. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Nadel.
Okay, sorry about that. So
I'm
Mr.
called
Nadel,
a lot, Del. That's okay.
So you mentioned unintended consequences. Can you tell me what you are referring to?
Sure. Specifically, something that came to mind was when the discussion in one of the amendments was with the mediator making decisions. This matter is in the circuit court. And so the mediator, to make decisions about what's going on at the mediation or what happened prior thereto, quite frankly, is not in the venue for that administrative law judge. The administrative law judge position in the foreclosure arena was specifically to sit down with the borrower, assist the borrower and the lender to come up with a solution. Any other legal issues that are there or may arise is supposed to be, and specifically to be, decided in the circuit court. That's why there are these motions to stay, which anyone can file at any time. And there are certain stages in which you can file the motion to stay. If you follow what you need to do in the circuit court, you get heard. There's a hearing, full-blown hearing. If you file what you need to and you do what you're supposed to do, and I've been in many of those, and they have counsel and they do what they need to do, or they don't have counsel and they also appear and they make whatever arguments that are necessary. And that's what's in the code. It's an exhaustive process that's there, that started in 2008 and onward. And so some of those are the unintended consequences that I think that you're asking about.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Delegate Cham.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I was getting my question answered as we were going along, but maybe one last question here. Mr. Enton, you were showing the looked like the 8.5 by 11 paper there about if you're late on your mortgage or something. If you're late, what are some other outreach materials do you provide to people who are late on their mortgage?
So this is the mortgage late, don't wait document that goes out. A letter, a 2-page letter, which is part of our written testimony, goes with every notice, every time a notice of intent to foreclose is filed, that 2-page letter goes out to the borrower. If you look at the regulations, it's funny, I held up, this is the statute. The regulations are probably 100 pages long. And if you look at the regulations, the notice of intent to foreclose has required to have very, very detailed notices to the borrower as to where they can get assistance and where they can get help. And I really do believe that that's why our program has been so much more successful in reducing. You can't look at the foreclosure filings. The key number is how many properties actually get sold. Okay. And our numbers have shrunk unbelievably as to the number of properties that have gotten sold. And now that the pandemic is over, they're lower than they were pre-pandemic.
All right, looks like that's the end of the questions on this bill and the end of the hearing. Thank you. So we will now go to House Bill. Yeah, thank you, everybody. We'll now go to House Bill 1177. Delegate McComas. We have 3 witnesses signed up on the favorable panel: Arthur Flax, Darlin McLaughlin, and Scott Tiffin. So Delegate McComas, you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. HB 1177. Please support. This bill authorizes a licensed certified social worker, clinical LCSWC, who is licensed under the Maryland Social Workers Practice Act and qualified as an expert witness to testify on ultimate issues, including insanity, competency to stand trial, and the matters within the scope of a social worker's special knowledge in any court or administrative hearing. By passing 1177, we are codifying what has already been determined by the Court of Appeals of Maryland in 2010 in the reported opinion by Judge Battaglia. In the case known as In Re Adoption Guardianship of Tatiana B., the Court of Appeals recognized that Section 19-101F of the Health and Occupations article defined the practice of clinical social work as rendering a diagnosis based on a recognized manual of mental and emotional disorders. It went on to affirm that a licensed clinical social worker is specifically authorized by the legislature to render diagnoses based on a recognized manual of mental and emotional disorders. Summing it up, the court stated that it is clear from the plain statutory language that the legislature deems licensed clinical social workers capable of rendering diagnoses such as those made by the licensed clinical social worker at trial. In conclusion, the court held that there is nothing that bars an LCSWC from expressing an opinion as to the existence of a mental disorder based on a recognized manual, as the licensed clinical social worker has extensive education and experience in the field from which a trial court could properly conclude that they are qualified to testify as experts. HB 1177 is merely the statutory rendering of what has already been decided by the highest court in the state of Maryland. Thank you, and please support HB 1177. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, I'm going to make sure Mr. Flack's in the other room. Okay, so let me make sure he's going to testify next.
Got it. Scott Tiffin, are you able to turn your mute off?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Scott Tiffin. I'm here on behalf of NASW Maryland. I'll try to be very quick because Arthur Flax actually is a provider and knows this stuff way better than I could explain to you all. but mostly wanted to be here to express the support of NASW and reiterate that social workers have the same diagnosis abilities as these other providers we're talking about. Obviously, they can't prescribe medication, but within their scope of practice is the ability to diagnose the mental illnesses that would be in question in these cases. And the current statute would require them to still be certified as an expert witness by the judge. So we just ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Arthur? Okay.
Yeah.
I unmuted.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
This is Arthur Flax. I'm a licensed certified social worker clinical. I'm supporting this bill.
See if I can turn on this camera.
The health occupations.
Let me see if you have a. Yeah, you have a camera, I think.
Dr. McComas is trying to get something on this.
Start video.
Oh, okay, we got to do it here.
Okay, let's see. Are you in there?
Am I there?
No, I guess not.
Not yet.
That's weird. How many idiots? This is Delegate Arkin. That's an older one. Yeah. Okay, well, just go ahead and testify.
The camera's not working, so I'm just going.
That's fine. We can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay.
Go.
All right.
Go ahead.
I put a shirt and tie on today just for this.
Mr. Chair, I can have him come in here with my camera if you want.
I think it's fine. He can just speak from there.
Okay, all right. Arthur, go ahead.
All right, under the Social Work Practice Act, Health Occupations Article 19-101(5). For an individual licensed as licensed certified social worker clinical, practice social work also includes supervision of other social workers, 2, evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of biopsychosocial conditions, mental and emotional conditions and impairments, and behavioral health disorders, including substance use disorders, addictive disorders, and mental disorders. And it's in relation, and it's referenced back to the Health General article, section 7.5-101. We have the same authority to diagnose as does a physician, as does a psychologist, as does a psychiatric nurse practitioner, etc. The problem that has come up also, just for your reference, I have an AG's advice of counsel dated January 30th, 2004, authored by Catherine Rowe, which it says in conclusion, it is my view that a licensed clinical social worker may be permitted to testify with respect to ultimate issues such as sanity and competence to stand trial. The legal issues are here. What's happened in effect is that you have certain statutes that were written many years ago, which limit this testimony to a physician. And as such, those statutes barred a psychologist or other providers, qualified providers, from testifying as an expert witness. I think it was in 2005 or 2006 that the psychologist went to the legislature and had enacted section 9-120 of the code to include them to be able to testify as an expert witness on ultimate issues, including competency and the ability to stand trial. The Social Work Practice Act has expanded over the years, as I just noted to you, to have the same authority. And in certain areas, I am able to testify as an expert witness. But in other areas where the older statutes exist that were not updated, I am not able to testify on those areas. Now,
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. I mean, that's the matter. We sent off testimony to you. The main areas that we have we are able to do involuntary commitment to a hospital. I'm able to do emergency petitions. I'm able to do a number of things, but I can't defend my position. I can't bring in the basis of the diagnosis. I can't bring in the physician's reports. If a physician was involved in prescribing medication, I can only testify as a witness of fact. And that's where the issue is, that we need to bring a full circuit on this and bring this AG's opinion into the statute.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you now.
Are there any questions for the sponsor and this panel? All right, we've got a few people signed up in opposition. Ann Hansen, Adam Brown. Sorry, 2 people signed up in opposition and 2 signed up to provide information. So why don't we try and see if any of the 4 are here? We have Ann Hansen, Adam Brown, Elizabeth Hilliard, and Mary Pizzo. So Ann Hansen, I see you're here. You can unmute yourself for 2 minutes.
All right, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Moon, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you here today. My name is Dr. Annette Hansen, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland and Washington Psychiatric Societies. We are organizations representing more than 1,000 licensed psychiatrists in the state of Maryland. We are speaking in opposition to this bill. In addition to speaking for our district branches, I'm also a forensic psychiatrist myself. I perform competence to stand trial evaluations as well as sanity evaluations. I teach forensic psychiatry to general psychiatry residents and forensic fellows. And this bill, you've got my written testimony. I'm not going to be repetitive. I do want to emphasize that if this bill passes, it would be unlike anything we have currently. We would be not just an outlier, but we might be the only state in the country that allows the trifecta of expert testimony by licensed psychologists. Only 42 states do not allow them to testify about competence. I couldn't locate any state that allows them to testify about sanity. With regard to civil commitment, 2 states, Oregon and Massachusetts, do allow that. However, even in Massachusetts, their law says they must be an approved social worker. I don't know what that approval process consists of, but it's not anyone with a social work license. With regard to civil commitment, it's important to know that medical training is essential. You would have to comment on the individual's ability to care for his medical needs upon release. Many of our mentally ill patients have coexisting medical conditions, and so medical training is necessary for that. You will hear that there aren't enough psychiatrists. That's not a problem. We are willing to work with any hospital or organization that needs psychiatric care. Our residents are graduating now and looking for jobs, and we'd be very happy to work with people for physician recruitment and job postings. And I believe that is the end of my time. I'll yield the rest of my time for questions.
All right, next we have Adam Brown for 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Adam Brown. I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 1177. Currently, I work at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital Center as a forensic psychiatrist. And while I greatly appreciate the clinical input of our social workers, they just don't have the necessary training to complete forensic evaluations or testify on ultimate issues. The training that's required to become a forensic psychiatrist is extensive. It includes 4 years of medical school, 4 years of psychiatric residency, and 1 year of fellowship training in forensic psychiatry, along with the completion of at least 5 different medical board examinations. The forensic fellowship year itself is very intensive. In my own fellowship, I completed over 100 court-ordered evaluations with reports totaling more than 1,700 pages. Also, we were required to understand the relevant case law and legal principles. To accomplish this, I was required to audit a criminal law course at the University of Maryland Law School and half-day lectures weekly on forensic topics. And this was all under the direct supervision of a board-certified forensic psychiatrist. So not only with the fellowship training, but also the medical school training and residency training that's required to accurately diagnose and treat mental illnesses. And that includes the effects of medications and substances. A social worker's education and training does not include the background medical knowledge or even the more specific forensic training, and the lack of this would greatly increase the risk of ill-formed opinions on ultimate issues. I think the greatest example why the appropriate level of training is an absolute necessity is when one testifies on ultimate issues related to criminal responsibility. If it's based upon a substandard evaluation or the testimony or substandard testimony, it could mean potentially misdiagnosed violent offender being released from commitment after only 50 days per the statute. So yeah, in conclusion, becoming recognized an expert, you require the extensive expertise and training on the matter at hand, and social workers don't have that required training and have never been required to have that training or expertise in the past. Thank you.
All right, we have one informational witness also, Mary Pizzo. I'm not sure if you wanted to speak, but you do have the floor for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Assistant Chair and members of the Vice Chair and members of the committee. The Public Defender's Office, my name is Mary Pizzo, and I am the Director of the Forensic Mental Health Division of the Office of the Public Defender. And we're not in a position to, we're not ready to take a position on this at this time, so we're offering this informational. We did provide a written informational. It was authored by myself as well as the director of our mental health division and the director of our social work division. And we do have a very robust social work division, and they are critical in assisting with us. But we're not prepared at this time because our main concerns are that unlike psychologists and psychiatrists, and you've heard from the doctors there, social workers currently do not have articulated standards and training for conducting the evaluations, opining on the issues of competency, criminal responsibility, and commitment release hearings. They certainly have expertise in many areas. As I said, we rely on them. But at this time, we don't believe that the preparation is appropriate for opining on these issues. All of us are intimately involved with dealing with forensic experts, psychologists and psychiatrists. But at this time, we don't believe that social workers have the appropriate expertise and training to be able to opine on those particular issues. Now, there certainly are other issues. We also are concerned that the bill would limit the discretion that judges may think that it limits their discretion to deny social workers expert status under the conditions of these, that they may not be sufficiently trained. And like I said, we do believe that they're certainly qualified to offer their expertise in certain things related to issues under the Social Work Practice Act. But under these circumstances, we think this needs a little bit more information, a little more study. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have one question from Delegate McComas.
I just have a question. If someone, in other words, Clifton T. Perkins does provide training for their LCSWs when they work at Clifton T. Perkins, and they deal with the folks that have been declared mentally incompetent, correct? To stand trial.
I'm not sure who you're directing that to.
Well, I guess it would be to Dr. Brown.
You need to unmute yourself.
They certainly work with people who've been found incompetent to stand trial or not criminally responsible, but the training for the evaluation to get to that point isn't something that I'm aware of that they receive any instruction on.
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't there kind of, at least in Maryland, it seems to be there's not a plethora of psychologists or psychiatrists generally, correct? Because you have a lot, because basically what I've seen is that a lot of folks are dispensing psychotropic drugs that are just regular physicians, you know, general practitioners, because there aren't the number of psychiatrists.
Yeah, I mean, there's a shortage nationwide of psychiatrists. Sure. Yeah.
So really, wouldn't the ability at least to have these folks come in when you can't get a psychiatrist is probably going to be help the people that need to be evaluated, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, so you're talking about the treatment side of things and then the forensic side of things. So there's a separate kind of area. There definitely is a shortage treatment wise, but as far as forensic wise, I'm not aware that there's necessarily a shortage as far as doing.
Oh, I suspect there is a shortage of forensic psychiatrists and psychologists. I mean, they're rarer than the regular psychologists that treat people. Because I mean, you've even said, you know, it's all this specialized training. So if you have social workers that basically could be qualified as an expert and show that they have the background as an LCSW, and I don't mean just an LCSW off the street, I mean somebody that's had the forensic training, it seems to me that that's a benefit for the public defender's office, as well as people that can't afford the Rolls Royce of maybe $800 an hour to get a forensic psychiatrist, if they can find one.
I guess the main concern would be that forensic training and the fact that, I mean, I'm not necessarily aware of any program or anything that provides any forensic training specifically for social workers. In the same way that there's forensic fellowships within the field of psychiatry.
May I respond to that, Mr. Vice Chair? I will tell you that in part of my role as director of the Forensic Mental Health Division, we often retain experts to evaluate clients, and certainly there's there's the availability to have our clients evaluated through the Department of Health, but we sometimes secure experts for our own edification and for our clients. We always, for the purposes of criminal responsibility, competency, and commitment release, we always use psychologists and psychiatrists because they have specific standards, practice standards for forensic evaluation for competency and criminal responsibility and other forensic issues. They have specific training programs. The psychiatrist mentioned that, but the psychologists as well have lengthy trainings. And the reason we're not taking a position is because that doesn't really exist right now for the social workers. They certainly have training in many things related to securing the psychosocial concerns of clients. And as I said, we use them a lot, but at this time we would not be prepared until there are those trainings and programs to support a bill that would potentially allow judges to hire them on as, or certify them as experts in things that they may not have the training.
I just have a question for Dr. Brown, if I might. How many forensic psychiatrists, are you full-time at Clifton T. Perkins?
Yes.
Okay. How many forensic psychiatrists do you have at Clifton T?
Who are not residents.
Who are not residents?
Yeah.
Oh, who are not residents?
Yeah. Who are qualified.
You know, fully qualified. Ooh.
I think it's around 12.
And what's your population of folks that are there, your patients?
So there are about 280 beds in the hospital, but some of those people are I would say a majority of those people are already adjudicated, either not criminally responsible or competent or incompetent. I think we do about, there's 90 per month or so. Dr. Hansen, does that sound right?
Yeah, so, as a acting pretrial director, the number of our court orders for sanity evaluations has dropped off quite a bit during the pandemic. We used to get about 200 a year. We got, I think, maybe 70 in 2021. And all of those evaluations are done by our psychology and our psychiatry staff. 12 is about right. I would say that's about right. We also have one of the oldest forensic psychiatry training programs in the country. It was literally one of the first that was established. And every year we bring our trainees in. 2 of my 3 trainees are going to be staying and working at Perkins starting in July. About 2/3 of our people stay and work in the state system in some capacity, either as treating clinicians in the correctional system, in the state psychiatric hospital system, or as forensic evaluators, or a combination of those roles. So we're definitely, compared to other states, we are not short of forensic psychiatrists.
Okay, thank you. There again.
Back again. And Mr. Vice Chair, I believe this is the last panel, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Are there further questions for this last panel, please? All right. Well, we thank you all very much for testifying, and that appears to conclude the testimony for House Bill 1177. And that concludes the testimony in the House Judiciary Committee today. We'll be back tomorrow. There will be a voting session tomorrow, 30 minutes after the end of the bill hearings, or 4 o'clock, whichever comes first. So probably, I think we have 20 or 30 witnesses tomorrow, but I've jinxed it, so we'll see what happens. Thank you all very much, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.